4 minutes until showtime. 3 minutes until showtime. 2 minutes until showtime. 1 minute until showtime. 'Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Insurrection, obstruction, indictments, civilly liable for sexual abuse. The one man responsible for all that could be sitting in a prison cell on election day and still be elected commander-in-chief for these United States. That man is beholden to Putin, weakened NATO the last time around, and is currently tying himself to wealthy Saudi oil money. He enriched himself when government stayed at his properties. He campaigned on wanting to use government to go after his political rivals and wants to expand executive power. If Donald Trump is reelected, our nation is lost. So let's roll up our sleeves, get to work, and tell the MAGA folks no more before it's too late.
And welcome back to Liberal Dan Radio, Talk from the Left. That's right. This is your host, Dan Zimmerman, coming at you from New Orleans, Louisiana. To join the conversation is area code 914-803-4131. That's 914-803-4131. You can also join us in the chat over at liberaldanradio.com, which brings you to the YouTube channel. If you're in the Blog Talk Radio chat, just want to remind you to come over to either the YouTube chat, or you can come join us in the Twitch chat at twitch.tv/liberaldanradio as well. Either way works. I'm not moderating 3 chats, or we're not going to be moderating 3 chats. We're just going to be dealing with 2 at the moment. Dealing with 3 would just be overly ridiculous. So you can leave your comments in either chat, and we'll get to them as soon as we see them. And if I'm not in the middle of, I usually will go back and scroll back through the chats if I'm in the middle of a rant of some sort or what have you. So I try not to miss the comments of my of the people who come and take time out of their busy day to join the show. I appreciate y'all. Yes, say hi. I have a cloak of invisibility that I just wave magically and I appear. It's magic. Anywho, so shouts out to the Mod Squad, Aaron and Jolie, for their assistance every week. Aaron has just returned from a little bit of under the weatherness, feeling ill. Glad she is back with us, though, back home. Very happy. She can feel free to shed more light if she feels I didn't feel it was my place to talk about anything beyond that. So if she wants to share, she's more than welcome to. But welcome back to the show. Jolie doing the heavy lifting on the mod duties, which may be a little bit lighter since we have went ahead and hid Gibson since, he couldn't behave himself, after repeated requests or whatever. If you to help out the show, many different ways to help the show, and it's growing by the year or by the month or what have you. You can like the video. We have 12 viewers, 8 likes, so remember to smash that like button. If you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Comment on videos, like videos, share videos, especially the videos that I'm making, the two playlist. One, the case for Joe Biden, the case against Donald Trump. Both of those playlists I'm going to be building on over the course of the rest of the year through November, or into November at least, so that people can see why we need to be voting for Joe Biden and why we need to not why we need to be rejecting Donald Trump. So those will have content being added to them, frequently. At the start, I'm probably going to be doing every other week, but as we get closer, I'll be doing every week, maybe even more. We'll see we'll see what happens when we get there. Other ways to support the show, you can Venmo, Liberal Dan at Venmo. You can buy me a cider either by going to liberaldan.com and clicking the Buy Me a Cider button, or you can go to buymeacoffee.com/liberaldanradio. Either way gets you there. Last month, we became a partner on YouTube, so you can join as a Liberal Dan Radio member, become a Liberal Danimal, or higher membership as well. That you could do super chats, super stickers, etc. You can buy other people memberships. And we set a goal of becoming a Twitch affiliate in a month, and because of y'all, and we did it. We finally hit it over the weekend. We got the Twitch affiliate status within a month. I am so excited, and I'm so happy and grateful for everybody who helped out by joining in on that in the chats over there, and by watching the streams, and by following. We hit the 53. We got up to 53 followers by Saturday. I got all the information in on Saturday, and they approved me immediately, automatically. Boom, done. So I am now a Twitch affiliate. So you can also subscribe over there. You can gift subscriptions over there. And the best thing you could do, if you have Amazon Prime, it's hard to do on an iPhone. But if you have Amazon, because you can't do it on an iPhone, you have to do it on a browser if you're using an iPhone. But if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to me on Twitch for free. It doesn't cost you anything. It makes me a little bit extra money. There are articles on how to do it. We can go over that if you want help. I can show you little bits and pieces on how it gets done and how you connect it. It's a very simple process. You have to go through one little rigmarole once, and then you just have to re-up it every month because for some reason it won't enable you to just renew that Amazon Prime subscription every month. But that's another way you can support Liberal Dan Radio for free if you have Amazon Prime, is you can subscribe to the Twitch channel. And if you want, here's the thing, if you want to, the first 10 people that subscribe on Twitch get a fancy pants little first badge. So the first 10 people get a first badge if you want it. I claimed one with my Nerdy Dan account. Donna just claimed one. Thank you, Donna. We got the nice little graphic right there. Appreciate you. With Prime, she used her Prime membership, so that's awesome. And the graphic worked, so there you go. So it's for free. So there you go. Jolie used Prime, and Aaron subscribes as well. So there's right now 6 of those first badges left as well. So if you want to snag one of those, feel free to do so. Anyway, but once they're gone, they're gone. But big hug, congrats. I tried before, but for some reason Twitch Canada won't let me try. I've tried before with Hal, but no way to get it done. It's weird, I guess. I guess maybe there's different things with Canada. Maybe it's just a U.S. thing. I don't know. But, I appreciate it, Donna. Thank you so much. And I set up all the little graphic, the little alert thing. So that's the first time it happened. So I'm thank you for letting me see how that works, because I didn't see how it works until then. So yay. Anyway. Yeah, I guess Bicycle Mikey, could you potentially use a VPN? I'm not quite sure how to set that up. I mean, I'm technical, but I'm usually more software, not hardware technical. I could probably figure it out if I put my mind to it, but I've never had to use one of those before to try and mock up the fact that I was in a different country. I was going to have to try and figure it out for a little bit because my wife wanted to watch some BBC shows and she wasn't able to, but I think we got it figured out a different way. So, anywho. There is a lot of stuff to talk about today. It's been a very, very big news weekend. Big news, lots of stuff happening since the end of the last show. Not necessarily stuff to make a whole show about. It seems like they're going to be hearing arguments over, I think, the Miffy press drunk case, I think, in March. So maybe we might go over some of the audio of that in March when that happens. But we probably won't get a ruling on that until June. Like we usually don't see rulings till June. So we'll see that burned bridge when we get there. I'm sorry to see that you're not feeling well, Bicycle Mike. Hope you do feel better. Have some matzo ball soup or chicken soup or whatever if you can. So one sad bit of news that we have dealt with, a lot of sparklers have had to deal with, was the loss of a friend of the show, friend of Hal's. Lots of people knew and loved Ken Otto. He unfortunately passed away. This is a picture that's kind of me right there, but this is a picture of me from October of 2022. My family went out to Florida. We went to the beach, and by some random happenstance, we were able to get, let me put that up for a second. Let me move that forward. We were able to get or we weren't able to get to the original hotel that we were going to stay at because of some storms, so we had to go down to Cocoa Beach, and so because we were down at Cocoa Beach, I was able to hook up with Ken, and we were able to meet and have lunch together. So it was a good time to have. I was super happy to be able to eat with him, to be able to have lunch, to be able to meet one of the people who I've met via doing this show. And it was a nice lunch. It was a great time to hang out. We talked about how we both, enjoyed going to see Journey several times in concerts, and it was just a good time. And I was glad to have been able to get to meet him before he unfortunately passed away. It was weird because a few months ago everyone thought that he was going to be passing away like very quickly, and he didn't, and it kind of lingered for a while. So there was a lot of mourning, I think, that a lot of people did back then. So when it happened, it wasn't necessarily a total shock, but it's still sad, and I'm sorry to see him go, and everybody who knew and loved him. My thoughts go out to all of them, and of course I knew and cared for him as well, and hope he's in a better place. But my thoughts go out to again everybody who loved Ken and his family, his friends, his other friends, I guess, because I'm glad. I know Andrea has said that he was apparently very excited and very happy that he was able to meet me, and I was just as happy to meet him. But I'm glad that we got to do it, and anybody else, I'm sure, just moments that you get to share with somebody that it's a time that I will definitely treasure. And this is a picture that I am glad that we got to take, so I can remember him by. So rest in peace, my good friend Ken. So I am very sad to see you go, but I am glad to have met you and to have known you. So I just wanted to give Ken a big shout out. Always in my thoughts. There will be every time I see something about a space launch, I will always think of Ken because of that. So let's see, Phil. Ken was a good guy. I only interacted with him a few times, but he was a sort of kind, decent person to make up the core of Sparklers. Kimchi, R.I.P. Kenneth. It has been nice to see Ken's name all over friendly pages of YouTube all weekend. Nice tribute. Well done, internet. Yeah, and just, there was a lot of tears over the weekend, a lot of sadness, but, there's a lot of joy, and he brought joy into people's life. And there was some, I just hope that everybody, who knew him and who loved him can find peace and everything like that. So, I didn't usually I mean, I've written better eulogies. This is more kind of off the cuff, on the fly type things. This is kind of more on the fly, off the cuff. So I've written better. I wrote a eulogy for my grandfather when he passed away, and I basically made everybody in the room cry because they were everyone was in tears because of I made everybody cry and I made everybody laugh at the same time, which is, that's what I do. I can bring humor whilst making them think good thoughts, I guess. So anyway, Ken, thank you for knowing me. Thank you for meeting me. It's a pleasure to have known you. Only the good die young. So yeah, I will die very old then, Big Hook. I will live to a very, very, very old age. Anywho. Making sure I drink some of that energy drinking now so I don't get tired like I did the last time. So what else? What else is going on news-wise? So yeah, we again, the big announcement, we made affiliate. I am super pumped and psyched about that. I'm just, again, so happy and so thankful for all of y'all who helped make that happen. And I'll probably remind y'all several times throughout the show. A, first of all, we have 28 concurrent viewers and 18 likes. Smash that like button. B, But yeah, there's now 6 first badges left on Twitch. So if you want your chance to get your Twitch first badge, I'm not telling everybody outside of this chat about the first badges yet. So I'm probably going to let people on my Facebook page know that they have an opportunity to grab a first badge if they want it. So, but I want y'all to get the opportunity to get the first badges first, just because, you know, y'all, if y'all want something, I mean, if y'all want it, y'all can have it. Like, you know, I let Aaron and Jolie get it first, and then I gave it to y'all opportunities next, and then, you know, so on and so on and so forth. Anywho. So, next. Did y'all hear? There was a while back. Wait, what did Jeff say? Did Jeff say something silly? The doctor that did my first neck spider, they actually admitted he botched it. Oh, geez, crazy. Let's see. Cynthia, spent my time on the phone with Ken a couple of years ago. We joked that we would get married if we were both still single in 5 years. Oh, I'm sorry, Cynthia. He would have been very lucky to have been able to marry you. Egg off. Mark say from having my big mouth cost me $83.3 million today. Winning. Exactly. We will definitely get to that in a second. Bicycle Mike. You didn't know? Gibby is silenced. He is muted. There will be the only way that Gibson is going to actually be able to say something is he would have to create a new account. Because the Gibson Media account is currently silenced and on the channel. So, just saying. He started mocking intersex / trans folk. It's with Kimchi, I think, the other day, and it was just that was the line. And I already had told him that he needed to behave. He had left for a little bit, and then he came back. It was almost like he came back like in a different state. I don't know what state that was, but it was just lashing out, and I'm just like, we're done. I thought I had been completely overly fair with him. I've given him many chances, and it was just done. And I know you're pleased. I know you're tickled pink. There are plenty of other conservatives that can come on that we can have good conversations with, like our libertarian friend who comes on from time to time. I wish Fowler's Wrath, you miss Gibson. Others will come along. Don't you worry. Just don't say the name 3 times. Maybe they'll come back a different way, like Beetlejuice. Anyway. But a while back, I'm calling this kind of a prediction. No, Bicycle Mike, it's Stimpy, you idiot. That's what the line is. So in trying to have discussions with some of these conservative type folks, in trying to talk about how they disagree with our helping Ukraine, with our helping, giving them supplies, giving them munitions, giving them hardware, enabling them to defend themselves against Putin, against Russia, against Putin's aggression, etc. And them worrying about World War III. The hypothetical argument that I posed to them was this. I asked these conservatives, I was like, look, you don't like that we're aiding Ukraine, you don't like that we're giving them munitions, equipment, etc. You don't like all of that, and you think we're gonna, lead to some world war. Well, what happens if Vladimir Putin one day decided that he didn't like the deal that Russia got when the United States acquired Alaska? What if he then decided that he was going to take the Alaskan area. He was going to take Alaska by force. He was going to take the Russian military, and he was just going to take Alaska by force. What then? Would we just say, well, let's not take Alaska back because we don't want to start World War III? No. We would clearly push back. We would clearly fight Russia. We would clearly take our land back. And anybody who would suggest that we shouldn't take our land back from Russia's and fight against Putin's aggression and Russia's aggression would be a moron. And to say, and to just appease Russia and say, oh, well, let's just have them have Russia because they'll just stop there. Let's let them have Alaska because they'll just stop there. You would be a fool, because then they would just push more and more and more, because that's what they do. Lo and behold, there's been some reporting that there's been discussions amongst the Russian ranks that they're thinking just that Russia is looking about all these previous Russian holdings that are no longer in Russian control, and they want them back, which would include Alaska. Of course, it was brought up to, I guess either in a State Department briefing or in a meeting with the press secretary or whatever, and they said, and they're like, of course, Putin is not going to get Alaska back. Russia is not going to get Alaska back. That's not happening at all, whatsoever. And of course, it's a ridiculous assertion that they would get Alaska back. But I feel like I kind of have to pat myself on the back there, because I'm sitting there like, Putin could very well do this. He could very well want to claim that Alaska really belonged to Russia because it was a bad deal, and then want to take it back. And now here we are hearing stories that Russia might want to take back previous territories, including Alaska. Now, there's some Snopes articles saying that while this did happen, there was no specific and explicit mention of Alaska in and of itself. But it's enough of a flex to suggest, okay, well, but Alaska was a former Russian-owned territory, and now it's not. And since Russia wants to look to get back former territories, that it's reasonable to assume that it could be on the table if Russia wanted to flex more might, because, Putin likes to flex his muscles. And what happens if Donald Trump gets back into office? Donald Trump and his MAGA-type supporters have argued that we shouldn't be poking the bear. We shouldn't be starting World War III. We shouldn't be we shouldn't be helping Ukraine and whatever. So we should just appease Putin, because that's what Trump does. He appeases Putin and other dictators who he admires. Well, remember when conservatives used to, not like appeasement? Remember when conservatives used to mock the idea of appeasement? Remember the appeasement strategy used to be one that conservatives mock? Well, now they seem to like appeasement. Now they seem to think they have no problem with appeasement whatsoever. And, if Donald Trump gets back into office, Putin won't have to, again, use his military might to expand his reach, because Trump will then work again more to weaken NATO more. He probably won't do anything to help Ukraine to defend itself, and he'll just walk into Kyiv, and then who knows, Trump might be like, Alaska's a bad deal. We should just give up Alaska because Putin's a good guy and he won't come any further. Like, come on. If you don't believe it, well, I wouldn't believe many of the other things that Donald Trump has done either. So, I don't know. What do you think? Agree, disagree? Leave your comments in the comment section below. Like and subscribe, and have a good day. Of course, I was recording that for video, as you all know, as everybody who was 3, everybody who watches the show knows that I'll sometimes record things so I can upload it later as a shorter video so I don't have to do editing later. Because I like to be, whatchamacallit. I like to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Efficient. It's efficient for me to do it that way. So, let's see. So did you see the bill about Abbott's pushing the 2 Show papers to ride as a passenger? I didn't see that either. Ooh. Abbott absolutely needs an attitude adjustment. Well, I mean, they're sitting there arguing about the Civil War. You know, these guys get upset about Taylor Swift. These guys can't handle Taylor Swift at an NFL game. Let alone, do you think these guys would be able to have their feelings hurt about Taylor Swift? You think they're going to be able to handle a civil war? No, not at all. Speaking of which, that's a good segue to this week's Hypocrite of the Week.
This week's Hypocrites of the Week are anyone who was critical or blackballed Colin Kaepernick, the NFL for blackballing him for taking a knee and then flying a United States-shaped flag during the NFC Championship, which can't be kosher, and then all the ones who whined that they wouldn't watch football after he took a knee and who are now whining about Taylor Swift. Guess y'all didn't stop watching after all. To see who the Liberal Dan Radio Hypocrite of the Week is, tune in every Monday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Central at liberaldanradio.com and now at Twitch TV/liberaldanradio for more talk from the left. That's right.
So there you go. Yeah, because I'm sitting there, I'm watching the game in San Francisco, and I see them have this big American flag over the field, but the American flag is not a standard American flag. It's an American flag shaped like the United States of America, at least the lower 48. And I'm like, how is this kosher? This is not something, you're not supposed to have flags like you're supposed to have just a rectangular flag. It's not supposed to be in odd shapes. It's not supposed to be as clothing. It's not supposed to be as any of this. But how is this a kosher thing to do? You're not respecting the flag by presenting it in a way that's not the way you're supposed to be presenting the flag, yet you're going to cry and bitch and moan and complain when Colin Kaepernick takes a knee, even though when Colin Kaepernick took the knee, he was doing so because he talked to a Marine who had a problem with him simply sitting. So he talked to a Marine, I think it was, or some service member who was like, look, if you want to do this protest during the national anthem, the way to do it is to take a knee, not sitting. Take the knee. So there's that. But then, of course, there's always the people that I'm not going to watch the NFL because of Colin Kaepernick. I'm not watching it ever again because of Colin Kaepernick, and he ruined it for me, yada, yada, yada. And then all of a sudden, I'm not going to watch the NFL because of Taylor Swift. Well, seems like you lied the last time because you said you were going to stop watching the NFL because of Colin Kaepernick, but you're not. Hey, Donna. Donna just joined as a member over as a Danimal on YouTube as well. Thank you, Donna, for becoming a liberal Danimal. Appreciate you as well. It was a SEAL. Yes, Kalahela. Thank you very much. It was a Navy SEAL. You are correct. I was confusing my service member affiliations, if that's the best way to put it. So, yeah, not the bad calls from the... I mean, look, if we're going to stop watching because of bad calls from the refs, the Saints would have been stopped watching a while ago because of that blown call from the NFC Championship game when they screwed us over against the Rams. But, you know, that's a whole nother story. Speaking of Taylor Swift, you also have Trailer Not So Swift, i.e. Lauren Boebert. Trailer Not So Swift. Thank you, Aaron, for gifting a membership to I guess you gifted it to Andrea. So there you go. Thank you for that. That's the gifting membership thing. nice sound there. I don't know if that was that too loud. Did that scare everybody? That kind of was like, whoa, that was kind of loud. Maybe I need to turn that down a smidge. Yeep. Anywho, but thank you, Aaron, for doing that. Appreciate you. Anyway, so trailer not so swift, i.e. Lauren Boebert, she decided, as we've covered a while back, that she was not going to be running in her current district in Colorado because she was afraid that she was going to lose. So she decided that she's going to run, I guess, in Colorado's 4th district now. She's in the 3rd, and she's going to run in Colorado's 4th district. Well, they had a little debate that went on in that district. I think the first candidate forum for the Republicans, I guess, in that district. And there was a question that was asked about who here has ever been arrested. And Bobo the Clown, trailer not so swift, had to raise her hand, and she got an applause from, I guess, some people in the room who were just, woohoo, wear that as a badge of honor there, Bobo. White Trash Camelot still is alive and well over there in Colorado. She is working her damnedest to keep on her, you can take the woman out the trailer park. You can't take the trailer park out the woman. But, wow. But there was a straw poll done after that forum, and Bobo the Clown finished 5th of the candidates. So it doesn't look like she's off to a very good start when it comes to her attempts to retain her position in Congress. And who knows what positions in Congress she enjoys. We've seen what positions she might enjoy while at the theater, but, she didn't necessarily take Alanis Morissette's line too literally. She only used her hand. She didn't completely go down on someone in the theater. However, anyway, the point being that I think, if I'm correct, that Bobo the Clown needs one more term to have her salary for the rest of her life, to be able to get her congressional pension, so to speak, to get her congressional salary, whatever. So if she doesn't win, and she can't win, guess what? She doesn't get, so that's a good reason to get her, make sure that she gets defeated, so that she doesn't get that congressional pension for the rest of her life. So hopefully the Republicans in that, because that's apparently a very Republican district, so hopefully the Republicans there can do a good job and make sure that she doesn't get into the general election, that she loses that primary. Hopefully she's made herself an embarrassment enough to say, hey, we don't want you anymore. But, these, of course, are MAGA folks we're talking about. And as I always like to bring up, Donald Trump, after the Nevada primary in 2016, clearly said that he loves the poorly educated, and the MAGA folks love to make sure that they prove to him that they are part of that group, to make sure that he loves them every single day of the year. So maybe they might just go ahead and push her back up into Congress to just help prove that they are, in fact, in that number when the poorly educated go marching in. See, Fowler's right. Adam Frisch was the Democrat running against Boebert in her former district, just wondering if he's now a shoo-in to win. I don't know if he's got the better name recognition potentially than any other potential Republican who might run against him. There might be somebody, at least nationally. I don't know if there's anybody locally in Colorado who might maybe be like in in a city council seat or in maybe a state senate seat or a state house representative seat that might have name recognition more locally, that might be able to put up a better campaign. But it's very well possible that because he did so well against Boebert the last time, and because she's tarnished the seat so much, that with the general election coming around the corner, Biden may be able to put enough votes out there to be like, look, hey, we're going to get the people out there, we're going to get this seat, we're going to flip this seat because we're tired of the Republicans. Because Donald Trump said it best, shockingly enough, that when it comes to the border issues, he's like, if you want to blame anybody, blame me. And we're like, okay, absolutely. We'll blame you because you're the one who's scuttling the deal. And then, well, he'll say, no deal is better than a bad deal. Well, that just assumes that it's a bad deal. Just because you think it's a bad deal doesn't make it a bad deal. You make bad deals all the time. You are not the art of the deal guy. You are the art of the bad deal guy. So, egg off. I wish someone would take me to the musical MTG. I mean, MTG doesn't seem to have a problem finding people to mess around with, though. I mean, didn't she cuckold her husband several times? Again, I have no problem with consensual cuckoldry. If you want to do that with your husband and that's the kink you're into, and we could talk more about that if we ever get Liberal Dan After Dark or whatever. Oh, Jackie, you're awesome. Thank you so much for gifting all those memberships. You're very cool. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that so much. You're so awesome, Jackie. Anyway, that's so sweet. But but it seemed to me that she had no problem finding people who might enjoy. I mean, I guess she goes to the gym. She may very well be buff and whatever. She's how buff can be on TV. Look at how buff. And she may very well, get some of the gym guys who might enjoy the fact that she likes to cheat on her husband, allegedly, with the people at the gym. So, hey, there you go. Let's see, Steve Boebert claimed after she left the third district, the Hollywood money stopped, so either one, they'll still pump in money. The money will go to the fourth. 3, it was all BS. It was probably all BS. They're probably still pumping money, and some of the money might still go to the fourth anyway. Just even if it's not going to go to a Democrat, it might. People may still go and be like, you know what? Look, we've had enough of Bobo the Clown. We don't want Bobo the Clown anymore. It's too much. She's been too much of an embarrassment. We don't want this hand-me-down congresswoman, so to speak, to ruin what's going on. We don't need the drama. We have way too much drama with the grab him by the hoo-ha guy. We don't need any more drama by the grab him by the schlong guy, girl, woman, whatever. So, yes, you are green now. I love seeing all the green. It is so awesome to see all the green. The green is awesome. Egg off. Lauren Boebert is not afraid to get her hands dirty. She has a hands-on approach to government and musicals. Say how what was awesome is she was on night vision cam. Yeah, that was great. She was like, I didn't do anything bad. Here's the camera footage. The camera footage shows you that was a lie. She should have. I mean, it's just a perfect segment from Maury Povich. Clearly. Dwight loves movies. Did they put Trump in jail yet? Unfortunately, no. But maybe we'll get there. I don't know. The thing is that there's probably this whole Trump, all these Trump trials just go to show that there's still two systems of justice in this country. Because if you or me did anything close to if we did half of what Donald Trump has done on the stand, in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, etc., we'd have been found in contempt of court. they'd have thrown us into jail for contempt of court. We'd have to post bond. We'd have to do all to get out of jail for the contempt of. We'd have been punished 6 ways since Sunday. And the only reason I think that they have not tossed Trump in jail for contempt of court is because they are worried about how it might look like because he's running for president, which is why he announced his candidacy for president so early, because he knew that he was going to get special treatment while running for president. And of course, then he also gets to say, well, they're coming after me because I'm running for president. Well, no, we're coming after you because you've committed allegedly 91 crimes and you've, slandered, libeled, smeared, defamed, and otherwise besmirched people in a way that has caused you to lose not just $5 million, but now $83.3 million in additional funds. Because, holy crap, how can you be so stupid? That's the thing. Donald Trump, again, he said he loves the poorly educated, so he loves people who are stupid. But guess what? So he needs to set the example. He needs to show them just how to be. This is how you act stupid so you can have my love. If you want me to love you, this is how you act. You give it when you're given a picture of a woman who in the middle of a deposition, instead of saying I don't recognize her, say she looks like your ex-wife, even though there's no reason for them to show you a picture of your ex-wife. Say I can't pull her name, damn it. The role in the Hey Girl from Young Frankenstein could pull a Bobert. From Young Frankenstein, you mean? Frau Brucher? Is that what you mean, Frau Brucher? Sorry. Hey Marie, good to see you. Thank you for joining. And if everybody else who I have missed who's joined, Lace from Florida, good to see you as well. So yeah, I don't think I said hello to Tim. I might have said hello to Kim. Nick Rich, hey, how's it going, Nick? I don't know if I said hi to Nick yet. I did respond to Kelahel, and I think I said hi to Kelahel yet. Phil Stone, the Rook One, Wayne, WTF Dad Shoes, Sinful Solutions, Kelly Anderson, Justin, Suzanne, Janelle, Kim H, Trojan Horse Technology, all the people watching. There are 36 viewers and 29 likes, so there's 7 people who haven't liked this channel yet. Make sure to smash that like button and then smash the patriarchy. And thank you again for all the people who are still viewing on Twitch as well. Appreciate y'all, Andrea, and the mod squad. I think, and me. I think that might be the 4. And Donna, maybe, if Donna's still over there too. You can dual watch. It's cool. Bill, hey Bill, what's going on? Good to see you. So anyway, what else we got going on? But yeah, we got the Trump. And then there's another. If I were to bring up the fact that there was a billionaire in trouble for... Or which billionaire in this picture is in trouble for sex crimes? Or for alleged sex crimes? Could you guess which one? The answer would be both of them. You have Donald Trump and you have Vince McMahon, former, or I guess he's still the owner because he still has the shares of the WWE, although TKO Sports, I think, now kind of owns some with a partnership. I don't know exactly what the corporate structure deal is with TKO Sports and with the World Wrestling Entertainment, but the fact that we elected the guy who shaved Vince McMahon's head on live TV, or maybe at a pay-per-view, I don't know, is still just... I mean, there's so many other things that shocked me about the election of Donald Trump to the presidency, but it's just a major embarrassment that the person who was our 45th president is somebody who shaved Vince McMahon's head on live TV and also took a stunner. I mean, it was interesting in 2008 when you wrestling was getting so mainstream that at the time you had the three major candidates at the time. You had John McCain, Hillary Clinton, and Barack Obama all went on like Monday Night Raw at the time, and they all like gave a campaign speech to the wrestling fans. And that was like, wow, that just goes to show you how much wrestling has pervaded, has gone into the culture as a whole, and it's not just like a subset of the culture that it's gone mainstream. And the funny thing is that I've been an on again off again wrestling fan. I've watched. I was gonna not watch WWE unless something happened, and it happened. We'll get to that in a second. But the first time I ever heard Barack Obama speaking, I wasn't looking at the television. I was doing, I think, some college homework, sitting in bed doing some college homework, and out of my left ear I start hearing somebody talking politics, and it sounded like The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. And I'm so, why is The Rock talking politics? And I looked over and I'm like, oh, that's not The Rock. That's Barack Obama. And I was like, well, that would be kind of funny if he ever like got on wrestling and like said like did the whole, because The Rock does this thing where it's like, if you smell what The Rock is cooking, and but he really like says like, if you smell la, la, la. Well, anyway, so they're all giving their little spiels on Monday Night Raw, and John McCain does his thing, and it's all cheesy and corny, and Hillary Clinton does her thing, and it's cheesy and corny, and Obama does his thing as this cheesy and corny, and at the end, he goes, if you smell what Barack is cooking, and I was like, bruh, you could have won over almost every wrestling fan right then and there if you would have just sold it like The Rock. If you would have taken the mic and just done the whole thing and lifted your head back and just went full out with it, you would have, I mean, he won anyway, but you would have won over every wrestling fan if you just went and sold it right there. But I mean, I guess he didn't need to because he won, but I would have been hella impressed if he would have done that. Anywho, rolling forward to today's news with, these two idiots. You have the one on top who is an idiot because, he had the opportunity to, again, in a deposition, say that it was just locker room talk, that he really wasn't serious about grabbing people by the hoo-ha. But then he said, no, that's what I do. That's what people do. Rich people get to do that. So, dumbass. And then he also, after saying that he wasn't attracted to E. Jean Carroll now, he goes, oh, that's Marla, when showed a picture of E. Jean Carroll. And I'm like, well, dumbass, you've now just admitted that you found the woman that you assaulted attractive. Not that sexual assault requires attraction, because many times it's not about attraction, it's about power. But still, if you saw somebody that you saw that was attractive and you moved in on her like a you-know-what, clearly you felt entitled to her because you're rich and wealthy and powerful, and felt that you needed to have her, and because you were attracted to her because she looked like your ex-wife. Ridiculous. But then you have Vince McMahon, who has been accused of sex trafficking. And co-founder of World Wrestling Entertainment stepped down from its parent company's board of directors one day after being accused of sex trafficking. Vince McMahon has resigned as executive chairman of the board, and I'm getting all these pop-ups from USA. I'm trying to find a freaking thing without a paywall. Vince McMahon has resigned as executive chairman and board member of TKO Group Holdings, parent company of WWE, after a former employee accused him of sex trafficking and sexual misconduct. McMahon announced he is stepping down one day after Janelle Grant, a former employee at WWE headquarters, filed a lawsuit against McMahon, WWE, and the company's former head of talent relations, John Laurinaitis. According to court documents, McMahon allegedly pushed Grant into a physical relationship in return for long-promised employment at WWE, which involved a forced sexual relationship, showing her private photos and videos, as well as coercing her into having relations with other staffers, including Laurinaitis. McMahon also subjected Grant to acts of extreme cruelty and degradation that caused Grant to disassociate or become numb to reality in order to survive the horrific encounters. The lawsuit states, I intend to vigorously defend myself against these accusations, blah, 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 clear my name, blah, blah, blah. McMahon said to USA Today, however, out of respect to the WWE universe and extraordinary TKO business and its board members and shareholders, partners, and constituents, blah, 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 I'm stepping down effective immediately. Of course, if it happens in the WWE, if somebody else did it in the WWE, Vince McMahon would have come up and been like, you're fired, like that. But, lawsuit states in January 2022, McMahon said his wife Linda McMahon found out about the relationship, and he wanted to ensure that Grant would remain silent about his personal misconduct in order to preserve his controlling interest in WWE. He advised Grant to sign a non-disclosure agreement and would pay her for it. The two sides agreed for $3 million for the NDA, but after he was signed, Grant said she only received $1 million and didn't receive the rest. The lawsuit asked for a ruling that the NDA is invalid under state and federal law because McMahon breached the agreement and also took part in sex trafficking. Lawsuit states that Grant will prove in trial that she will need lifelong treatment because of the pain and suffering. I stand by my prior statement. He says McMahon, blah, blah, blah. Of course, he denies it. Why wouldn't he deny it? That's what they do. So yeah. So Vince McMahon is alleged to have done all these, horrible things. And of course, Liberal Dan Radio, we believe the people who come forward with accusations until it is shown otherwise, because to lie in court is a crime, and why would you believe that they're a criminal, right? I believe that her story is much more likely than his story. There's actually a video that the WWE had where Vince McMahon is actually taking a lie detector test in the middle of the ring, with the lie detector test being conducted by a masked Hulk Hogan under the persona of Mr. America, and every time that Vince McMahon denied that he was a pervert, the lie detector test said that buzzed and said that he was wrong, and every single time that Vince McMahon said that he was a horrible person, the lie detector test said that he was yes. Of course, it was all scripted, but oftentimes the comedy is based in the truth. So yeah. So according to Vice, Vince McMahon lawsuit questions who knew what when. For most of his public career, professional wrestling, Vince McMahon has stood accused of being a sexual predator. In '92, Rita Chatterton, former referee, which was then called the World Wrestling Federation, said McMahon had raped her in a limousine 6 years before. He denied it. Before eventually dropping the suit. 30 years later, New York State opened something. This is just one of the claims made against McMahon. McMahon had paid hush money in 1992 when he settled with one of several young men who said they'd been molested by WWF higher up as teens. In 2005, a WWE wrestler claimed McMahon coerced her into giving him acts and demoted her and declined to renew her contract. She got a $7.5 million settlement in 2018. So yes, Vince McMahon is somebody who has lots of accusations against him, and how many accusations must one get until one starts believing that they're true? I mean, you believe people who come forward, and once you start, it's hard to then not believe the amount of people that come. Of course, you have people in the Donald Trump accusations who are like, well, why did it take so long to come forward? Well, I'm sorry. People who deal with, pain and suffering of sexual assaults aren't expected to act perfectly. You know, it takes a long time, a lot of time, for people who are survivors of assaults or sex crimes or what have you to even be able to talk about it publicly. I've talked about what happened to me as a kid on this podcast within the last year, and I think the last time it happened to me when I was 8, and now I'm what? I'll be, 40, whatever, 48 or whatever. So like 40 years ago. So maybe like 38, 37 years ago was when it happened, and I'd never talked about it until very recently. Because I didn't know how to talk about it until very recently. I was ashamed to talk about it. I was afraid to talk about it until very recently because I was concerned about what people might think about me, about certain things that people assume about people who have been abused, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, I can fully understand why it might take somebody many, 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 many years to come forward and talk about things that cause them pain. So I'm not going to sit here and judge anybody for taking a long time to come forward and talking about. I think it's ludicrous and absurd that our legal system has statute of limitations when it comes to things like sexual assault. Those should go away. I think those should absolutely go away. If it takes you 20, 30 years to come forward, so be it. We should also work on creating a system where we don't have situations like, where cops interview people who come forward. Like, I knew somebody previously who came forward with an accusation against somebody because she was assaulted, and the police asked her questions like, did you enjoy it? Well, go F yourselves, cops. Go F yourselves. Big time. Because, no, that's not the question you ask, you dumb pieces of crap. Let's see. For these reasons, while the details of the civil lawsuit against McMahon in federal court this week are shocking, they're not surprising. The suit accuses McMahon broadly of sex trafficking and assault, and specifically of grooming a vulnerable woman named Janelle Grant, hiring her into a fake job at WWE in 2019, and doing things like gross things. We're just going to put it that way. You can read the Vice article if you want to read it. All right. I'm going to link the Vice article in the chats. In both the Twitch and the YouTube chats, that if you desire to read the things that I'm refusing to read, because that's gross, you're more than welcome to do so. Oh wait, I put that in the emoji search. Not I'm dumb. If you want to read it, if you don't want to read it because it has gross things in it, avoid it. But yeah, basically had her to sign an NDA. A person named is McMahon's co-defendant John Laurinaitis, a former wrestler, longtime executive. McMahon is accused of trafficking Grant to him. He's accused of sexually assaulting another person who is all but named as Brock Lesnar. Again, from what I've seen, I have not seen that he is named. Brock Lesnar, who is a former UFC champion, so he's a real fighter, and he's a former WWE champion. I have not seen that this suit actually specifies his name in print. So I don't know if he is actually the person being named, but there are a lot of people, a lot of sources who are assuming that the individual who is, I guess, not named is Brock Lesnar. So I'm just going to say that Vice is saying it's Brock Lesnar. I'm not saying it's Brock Lesnar. Vice is saying it's Brock Lesnar. But as Vice says, another person who is all but named is Brock Lesnar, for whom McMahon is accused of strong-arming Grant into making personalized sexual content. Vague references are made to members of the television production tech team, executives and producers, as well as a long-term WWE employee, referee, 4 other officers, others who attend meetings. Some of those people are not directly tied to claims, blah, 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 blah. Person referred to as WWE Corporate Officer number 1 in the suit is said to have been a high-ranking employee and board member after McMahon broke off relations with Grant. The suit says he told her that this person would help her find another job. At one point, the suit says Grant introduced herself to this person who said they knew exactly who she was, although they would have no reason to know who a low-ranking worker was. The person referred to as WWE Corporate Officer number 2 in the suit is said to have been a high-ranking employee who initially interviewed Grant, who had never held a job before McMahon arranged for one for her, and to have told McMahon that there were rumors about his relationship with Grant, blah, blah, blah. A person referred to as corporate officer number 3 in the suit said to have been a board member. Upon information and belief, the suit reads, WWE corporate officer number 3 knew of other instances of McMahon engaging in inappropriate sexual content. Another corporate officer number 4 is said to be a high-ranking employee working in legal affairs. McMahon's personal assistants are also said in the suit to have been aware of the relationship, and so are people who are at executive committee meetings. TKO Group, the conglomerate of which WWE's division, does not immediately respond to requests for comment. This is, of course, 3 days ago. More things have happened since then. But yeah, so yet another billionaire who believed he was entitled to do whatever it is he wanted to do. Because this is what billionaires, they often say that there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. It's not just about ethically gaining your money. You have power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. These people feel that they're entitled to everything that they want to do. He could have found prostitutes who would have been more than willing to do any debaucherous thing that they wanted, that he wanted them to do. They could have found I'm sure they could find any sex worker. And again, Liberal Den Radio is fully supportive of sex work. If you want to do sex work, perfect, fine by me. As long as everybody consents to it, fine by me. You could have found sex workers to do everything that you wanted to have done that are stated in these lawsuits. But that's not good enough for people like apparently Vince McMahon, as is stated in this lawsuit, if everything is said is true, which I have no reason to disbelieve the individual coming forward in making these claims, because these people, they believe that they're entitled. And they don't, it's not just a matter of getting off as a matter of sex. They get off on the power. They get off on the ability to do these things, and because they feel that they're untouchable. And it goes right back to Donald Trump. It goes right back to Donald Trump and him saying in that was it Inside Edition or what Access Hollywood interview or whatever it was, or the video or the audio that was released where he says he can move in like a and grab him by the hoo-ha or whatever it is. He repeats it in a deposition like a moron, that rich, wealthy people have just do it because they feel entitled, they're powerful, they feel like they deserve it because they're rich and powerful, and that nobody can say no to them because they're rich and powerful and entitled. And they're going to do what they want to do, and nobody is going to stop them. So, and if Donald Trump and Vince McMahon are buddy, like, there was a whole storyline about them being foes. There was a whole storyline apparently where Donald Trump was going to buy 50% of the WWE, and then they had to stop the storyline because Wall Street couldn't tell whether or not that was fiction or not. It's stupid. It's WWE, of course it was fiction. But they were chummy, buddy. I think Trump named Linda McMahon to something, because they're all conservative hacks or whatever. But, some of the things in that lawsuit, are not just, clearly sexual assault and rape is gross. But, there's additional levels of demeaning and degradation in there that just adds to the level of sickness that he has. And honestly, if I'd have not watched again if he'd not stepped down. And it's possible that if it comes out that more people knew whatever and more people were involved, yeah, I might stop watching it too. Because that's just all of this stuff that's going on is just, again, flat out gross. apparently there's a reason why, his son, who used to be involved with the company, is no longer involved in the company anymore. And it's probably because he tried to put a stop to it and he couldn't, so he walked away. Now, does that make him good because he walked away? Maybe he should have done something about it. I don't know. Maybe he still should have done something about it, but I don't know. Maybe he tried to put a stop to it and couldn't. I don't know. I don't know the whole story behind that, so I can't speak on the whole story about that. I'm sure more details about that are going to come forward. But at the end of the day, it's just another example of entitled, rich, white men forcing themselves on other people and feeling that they can get away with it. And you're going to have a bunch of people, probably a large, like there's probably a set of all people who are going to be simps for Vince McMahon and a bunch of people who are simps for Donald Trump. And there's probably a large intersection of those two groups who are going to be like, well, I don't believe the accusation. Why is she coming forward now? She signed an NDA. She just wants the money. Well, again, sometimes people think, well, the system is so stacked against people who come forward with claims of sexual assault that maybe this woman felt that this is the best that she could do. So she was like, fine, I'll just sign an NDA, I'll take this money, and I'll deal with whatever pain comes afterwards. And then, of course, he's like, I'm not going to pay anything else. I'm going to just pay the $1 million and she can sue me for the rest. So basically, he pulled a Donald Trump. He made a deal, like Donald Trump does this. He makes a deal with somebody, like to do work or whatever. He makes a deal with somebody, and then he reneges on the deal. And then he makes them sue him for the rest. Well, she's like, fine, I'm going to sue you, and I'm going to sue you for more than just this, and I'm going to say the NDA is invalid, and I'm going to come after you for even more. And I hope she nails him to the wall. Because anybody who does the things that are listed in this lawsuit, anything that does the things that are described in this article, anybody who does all of this stuff is flat out garbage. And I hope everything that he does, I hope everything that he's done, I hope now he gets everything that he deserves and everything that's coming to him. And anybody who backed him up, anybody who supported him, anybody who, I hope that all of those unnamed WWE executives that are listed there, I hope they all get theirs too. Because holy crap, they don't deserve to be unnamed people in the civil lawsuit. And they don't deserve to be unnamed people in the federal lawsuit. If there's a federal crimes that took place, they don't deserve that either. They should be put out for everybody on display. And I don't care if see, here's the thing. It's the difference between conservative type people and there are going to be people like there may very well be people who are in that list or who might be people, because the WWE will likes to take people who are like former wrestlers and elevate them into positions, like you just saw in this article. As I was talking about, this guy John Laurinaitis is somebody who was a wrestler for a long time, and then he moved up from wrestler into executive, and now he's like super high up in this company. So they promote from within a lot. And so you're going to have a lot of people who are in the WWE who were people who were stars, who people are fans of back in the day. I don't care if I used to be a fan of yours. If it turns out you're a piece of hot garbage, done. I'm no longer a fan. That's the difference between people who are liberals, leftists, progressives, etc., and the conservatives. Conservatives will rally the troops and support the people that they love. Like Donald Trump gets accused of sexual assault, Donald Trump gets accused of rape, Donald Trump gets accused of grabbing by the hoo-ha, they'll just rally around the troops. If there's Vince McMahon gets accused now of sexual assault, rape, sex trafficking, etc., they're not going to believe the claims. If John Laurinaitis, they're not going to believe it. If somebody else who is an unnamed executive gets called and it's somebody that they know and liked as a childhood hero of theirs, guess what? They're gonna be like, well, I don't believe it either. I don't believe it. It's all about the money is what they're gonna say. And you know what? I'll be like, F you, and F you. I don't care. I don't have to be your fan anymore, because guess what? You become trash, or I guess I shouldn't say you become trash, because I guess if they were like that, they were always trash. If you were revealed as trash, I'm no longer going to support you or be a fan of you. It's as simple as that. It's just like the whole thing with Epstein's Island. Everyone's like, well, what if Bill Clinton was at Epstein's Island? Fine. Bury him under the prison. I'm not beholden to Clinton. If it's shown that Bill Clinton was doing inappropriate things with underage people with Jeffrey Epstein, bury him under the prison. If he was doing things with Donald Trump, if Joe Biden did, bury him under the prison. I don't care who these people are. That's the difference between people like myself and people like you in the chat, and people who are the good people in the country, and the people like the maggot idiots. We don't sit here and defend horrible people. When it's revealed that the people we thought we liked were terrible people, we say goodbye. Too bad for you. You are a terrible person. We're sorry that we were duped by you. But later, it's just like, someone tried on Twitter earlier today or yesterday or something, was like, tried to claim that people like were happy to give Anthony Weiner another chance. Like, who gave Anthony Weiner another chance? Everybody that I know of completely was like, Anthony Weiner is gross. It's good he's gone away. Good riddance. Bye. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I don't know anybody that has been like, oh, well, okay, Anthony Weiner deserves another chance. No, Anthony Weiner can go kick rocks for all I care. Because he did inappropriate things and he deserves to be yeeted. Bye. Later. Diane Russell, Bill Clinton, Bill Russell. Different person. Bill Clinton traveled on Epstein's plane to China and Saudi Arabia down to Epstein. Yeah, true. But again, and I've made the comment before, just because you were on his plane, it doesn't mean you were doing something bad. And that's one of the reasons why I'm against just blaming everybody who might have been on that plane. Because there might have been people who didn't know. Just because you were on the plane, it doesn't necessarily mean you knew that that Epstein was a piece of garbage. So that's one of the reasons why it's like guilt by association is a logical fallacy. Now, if you hang out with somebody enough, like, I think Donald Trump, it's reasonable to say that if you hung with Epstein like Donald Trump did, I think it's reasonable to suggest that Donald Trump did, because Donald Trump admitted to walking into, like, what, Miss Teen USA locker rooms on the Howard Stern show. He admitted to walking into those locker rooms while the women were half dressed, while the young women were half dressed. I mean, ew. So there's not much that I need to be told to make me think that it's reasonable to think that Donald Trump knew that Epstein was a horrible piece of garbage. But again, my point with the Bill Clinton thing, though, is that if it came out that Bill Clinton did something with kids on any of his planes or whatever, it doesn't matter to me that I liked him previously as a president. Vaya con Dios. Sayonara sucka. Whatever you want to say. I'm not beholden to those people. If you give me absolute proof that Barack Obama did something terrible, yeet, as the kids might say. If you give me absolute proof that Joe Biden did something, if there was absolute proof that he, violated, what's her name? The same name as the actress. I'm blanking on her name. Yeet. Yeet him. Again, there's proof that there's it's all that the accusations are true. Get rid of them. I don't care. I don't care about politicians and keeping them, and protecting them at all costs if they are shown to be horrible people. Donald Trump has been shown to be a horrible person and deserves to be yeeted from the presidency, from politics, etc. But they don't care. They will absolutely back their guy because they're deplorables, because Hillary Clinton was right. Half of the people, I would even say that she's probably, at this point, she wasn't right, because she said a half of all of Donald Trump's supporters are deplorables. I think that was an underestimation of the amount of deplorables that support Donald Trump, at least now. Because if you're still supporting Donald Trump, come on. And I know I've missed a lot of stuff in the chat, so I'm gonna have to scroll back because that was a very long fat man rant. For it not being a fat man rant, that was a very, very long fat man rant. For it not being labeled a fat. So Nick Rich, if you like fat man rants, there you go. Fat man rant. That was a very long fat man rant for you, even if it didn't have the intro of fat man rants, or let's see. John McClure, John Fugelsang has always said it won't be over until Giuliani and Trump go at each other at the beginning of his year. That I can't wait for that. That would be awesome. Big Hook. John Oliver did a piece on how big of a POS McMahon is. He's ruined many lives without compensation, no guarantees if injuries happen, medical compensation. There is that too. I mean, for a longest time, the WWE had no cares in the world because everybody was an independent contractor and they didn't care about healthcare or anything. So therefore, you had things like happening like, Chris Benoit. And people might say, well, Chris Benoit, what happened with Chris Benoit is Chris Benoit's fault, because Chris Benoit, murdered his family, for the most of his family at least. Like, I think one of his sons is still alive. But Chris Benoit, had suffered lots of brain trauma and stuff like that for all of the stuff that he did. And also did lots of, other probably painkillers and everything, that steroids that might have roid raged him up. And there's if you're interested at all in any sort of behind the scenes wrestling stuff, Vice, the channel Vice, has the Dark Side of the Ring, and there's some really, really good episodes on just some of the bad stuff on the Dark Side of the Ring, and one of them, and some of them go into them a lot, and and it's really interesting. So I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a Dark Side of the Ring on this, and I can't wait to see that, because that's going to go into even more detail. And I mean, these people need to be exposed. All the people who do this need to absolutely be exposed for how terribly they treat people. And Vince McMahon has been exposed for how badly he treated people as a wrestling promoter, but now he's being exposed for how badly he's treated people just as a human being in general. And just shows you just how exactly like his boy Donald Trump he is. Let's see. Yeah, Phil, Biff appointed Vince's wife to a government position. Yeah. I think I said that. I don't know if we said that concurrently or not. To Jeff Curry, I know wrestling is fake, but it still has take a toll on his body. My cousin Bill Apter wrote a book. It's called Wrestling is Fixed. I didn't know it was broken. And it's a good book. It's a good read. It talks about his history in the wrestling business. But yeah, just because it's fixed, it doesn't necessarily. Just because it's staged, just because the results are mostly predetermined. There are some matches where, even though it's predetermined, the wrestlers screw up and they have to make somebody a champion because they screwed up the ending, and so you end up having somebody become champion who wasn't supposed to be, and those stories are kind of funny. But yeah, if you botch a move, you're gonna get hurt, and even moves that aren't botched, you're gonna get hurt. I mean, look at Mick Foley. He is somebody who has had a lot of injuries and like teeth going into his mouth or whatever. It's terrible. But I mean, most of that's self-inflicted, but still, I mean, they put their bodies on the line for stuff, and like there was this episode of Politically Incorrect, with Bill Maher when he had on 4 wrestlers like Sting and Medusa. I forget Roddy Piper, and I forget who the 4th person was. But Roddy Piper like pulled down his pants to show like a bruise that he got the other night, and he also was like, "See this? My hand was broken, and I wrestled with this," just trying to show that while it might be scripted, that these things are not fake, that they actually get injuries. And Vince McMahon again was like, "This is your problem. You deal with it." And they've since, I think, become better about dealing with things like concussion protocols and dealing with substance abuse and stuff like that to make sure, that you don't have the issues that they used to deal with. But still, a lot of that doesn't fix the past wrongs that were done with a lot of the wrestlers that were done. And I say, Kimchi, I don't watch the sports that consistently cause brain damage. I don't understand why you do that to yourself. It's one of the reasons the principal of my older son's school has a degree in like neuroscience, and that's the reason why my son's high school doesn't have a football team. So when they have like homecoming, it's over a basketball. It's for a basketball game. They don't have a football team at his school. There's no football at my son's high school. Specifically because of that, because they don't. She knows what's done to football players, and does not want that to be done. Does not want that to be done to any of her students. I guess because it's a STEM one. Let's see. Drill Bill P. Judge orders Hunter Biden's gun case and charges unsealed. Not surprising. Let's see. So let's keep scrolling down. See, I don't agree with the wrestling fan comment as they are in belief of fiction being done right in front of them. I don't necessarily think that a lot of wrestling fans actually believe in the stuff that are being done in front of them. I think a lot of the wrestling fans like enjoy it and get into it, much like, people. Hey, Wonder Mom. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Appreciate the subscription. So I don't think the amount of people in the stands that that are watching it really believe a lot of it. I think they just allow themselves to get into it. Like, if you've seen, there are videos where you see the people watching like Avengers Endgame, and spoiler alert if you haven't seen Endgame, just close your ears for a second. I mean, it's been a while, so you should have seen it if you're worried about spoilers. But when Captain America is the one that picks up Thor's hammer, picks up Mjolnir, and is actually one that catches it, and he's actually be able to do it, the fans start cheering because Captain America was able to finally pick up Mjolnir and beat Thanos' butt with it. So they're cheering for that. Now, do they think that that's real? No. But they were cheering for it because it was a part of the movie that they were hoping to see, and it got them excited. Like, even when I was seeing the movie, as soon as Thor's hammer starts lifting, I'm like, it's Captain America doing it. And I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to ruin it for anybody else who might not have realized it at the time. And then it happens and everyone's like, But I mean, yeah, that doesn't mean I think it's real. It just means it was an exciting and fun part of the movie. Like, it's just like when I'm sitting there while I was watching what was that? Get Out. I actually started talking, don't go in there. Do not go in there. Don't go in there. Like, you get into the movie. Like, just like you get into the cheering or whatever. It's just like you know, I do prediction videos on what might happen at the wrestling outcomes, and it's more because, like, I'm happy when I predicted 2 years in a row the correct outcomes of the previous pay-per-view that just happened. I didn't predict this one right, but I predicted the 2 ones prior, and I was impressed with myself because I was able to predict who was going to win. Not necessarily because, even though I think it was even better, just because it was scripted, and I was able to predict the script. I was able to predict who they had written because I was paying attention to the cues of the writing team and know, okay, this is who's going to win because of this, that, and the other. So I don't agree with that necessarily to say, but there are plenty of wrestling fans who are still going to have Trump's back. What is that one? What is that heart one? I don't know what that one is. Oh, it's a follow. Okay, thank you for the follow. I wasn't sure what that one was. That's the first follow one that we had, whatever. But anyway, that's my point on that one. I didn't expect to talk about wrestling this long. Benny Loco, money makes disgusting people more disgusting. Yep. Wait, Rudy Giuliani targets Trump in new lawsuit? How did I miss this one? Rudy sues Trump. Let's bring that up. Let's see. We're still scrolling down to try and see. This NDA non-compete BS needs to stop. People rarely have the skills they can rely on to be properly compensated. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Phil Stone, probably most victims of sexual assault never go public, and the people who question them 9 ways to Sunday are showing exactly why a reasonable person might not. That is an exactly 100% accurate point. Let's see. Pin message. I'm going to pin that message to the top, Phil, because that's accurate 100%. That is pinned for the moment, because you are dead on accurate. Nerd Misha, pretty gross and disturbing stuff in there. Yes. Many victims get re-victimized, often commit suicide. 10% of child abuse isn't reported. Kalahella, is that 12% of child abuse isn't reported or 12% child abuse is reported? Because 12% seems kind of low. Like, I would think that it would be 12% is reported, because that would mean that 88% is reported, and I wouldn't think that much is reported. Do you feel so? I have a daughter-in-law, female cousins, lots of nieces. I have absolutely no patience for these GOP creeps or any Dem creeps. Same. They also believe in the Calvinist wealth doctrine. DeVos and her brother are monsters as well. Yes. So you know what's gross? You throw your pants against the wall and they stick. You know what's grosser than that? They slide down. Say on it. That's funny. Suzanne, I love you guys so much. We love you too, Suzanne. The Inspector General's report about drugs in 45 administration is totally horrifying. I saw some of that too. Yeah, Rudy Giuliani targets Donald Trump for unpaid legal fees. That's not going to get paid. If Rudy Giuliani believed that he was getting paid his legal fees, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell him to. Then again, he's not going to have any money to be able to pay off that bridge in Brooklyn because of the lawsuits from the Georgia folks. Cynthia, now that Gibson is gone, I can say I love you all. Thank you, Cynthia. Gavin Newsom says we're going to have to cross-pollinate with the Republicans. Well, we're going to have to vote with them, at least. I don't know about cross-pollinating, but we're going to have to vote with them and work with them to make sure that Trump doesn't get elected. That's for darn sure. Especially if we have the people that, especially in states that matter, when you have some of those people who insist on not, voting for Biden because because they're like, I'll never vote for Biden ever, in states that matter. In states that don't matter, again, I don't care. But in states that do matter, I care. See, a successful businessman doesn't turn a $5 million fine into an $83.3 million fine. Exactly. Because he's too stupid, he doesn't know when to shut up. That's one of the reasons why he shouldn't be president, is because he doesn't know when to shut up. He's unhinged. It's just like after when he won New Hampshire, but he spent the entire night truthing on Truth Social, angry that she wouldn't drop out because he can't handle it. He's so unhinged. You don't want that person having the nuclear button, the nuclear codes. See, Robin M. Who invented the NDA, and was it always meant to cover up sleaze? Probably. Actually, it was probably first created to cover up intellectual property, and then it was probably manipulated into covering up sleaze. But who knows? That could be wrong. Phil Stone, after Cardinal exiled Bishop Darcy to Indiana, wanting to stop protecting criminal priests. My uncle worked for him, and apparently priests just started disappearing. Trump's not accused. He's convicted of rape. He was found civilly liable of sexual abuse, is the correct way to put it. There are other people who also have accused him of rape who haven't had successful civil or criminal trials against him as well. So that's kind of my point. But he wasn't convicted of rape criminally. That, I guess, if you want to play the technical point. Matt Rapes needs to go too. Yeah. What about Nestor? Nobody hears about Nestor anymore. Did Nestor get too old for Matt Gaetz? That's what I want to know. Did Nestor just get too freaking old for Gates? For Pizza Gates? Let's see. Only two people running for president are on Epstein's client list, and both happen to be QAnon heroes, RFK Jr. and Trump. That's the irony. Yep. Let's see. It's not really... I'm not saying Bill is innocent. Well, I never had sex with that woman. I'm still scrolling through. I think what Al Franken did was forgivable. Al Franken was doing a comedy bit. That's the thing. Al Franken was doing a comedy bit, and frickin' Kristen Gillibrand went too far. Kristen Gillibrand also attacked Biden for his article that he wrote back in the 70s. And Biden's article, like in the 70s or early 80s, talking about single family, how you needed more money to come in for single family incomes or whatever. He was writing it in a gender non-specific way. Like he was woke back then about single family income, like, and not talking about it that women have to be home. He was talking about it like just if a parent stays home, because he knew how that sometimes it's the guy that has to stay home and take care of the kids because he lost his wife. And for Kristen Gillibrand to act how she did was absolutely ridiculous and just ugh. See, the GOP is fracturing. Hope not quickly enough. According to Bicycle Mike, let's see. Jackie, I don't need to wrap myself with bubble wrap. Speaking of rap, we'll get to rap in a second. The woman in the picture was Franken was in on it. Yes, she was. It was all part of a bit, etc. All right, I think we've seen enough Trump and Vince McMahon on the screen. We don't need to see Donald Trump shaving Vince McMahon's head anymore. Kristen Gillibrand is also a UFO nut and wants full disclosure. Interesting. I mean, if there is Area 51, I mean, maybe we should have full disclosure. Unless the alien overlords don't want us to know, then, I'm sorry, alien overlords. But, so, there was interesting, pop culture news. My wife was telling me about this one, was that, because Justin Timberlake, I'll tell you why I'm talking about this in a second. Justin Timberlake recently came out with a song called Selfish. And Britney Spears had a song that was called Selfish. So in order to make sure that Justin Timberlake's song didn't top the charts, Britney Spears' fans went on to start downloading her version of Selfish to make sure that Britney Spears' version of Selfish was above Justin Timberlake's versions of Selfish. But you know who topped both of them? Frickin' Ben Shapiro. Frickin' Ben Shapiro topped the iTunes charts with his rap. Ben Shapiro, who said that he didn't believe rap was real music, has a song called Facts with Tom MacDonald. Tom MacDonald featuring Ben Shapiro. It's a song called Facts. And the song, I listened to it. It's anything but. It's exactly what you would expect. And part of the song is basically Ben Shapiro's like, "Hey, I'll download my music so I can get to number 1 on the charts." So of course Ben Shapiro's fans went and did what Britney Spears' fans did and went and started listening to and I guess downloading his music or whatever so that Tom MacDonald's Facts song could be number 1 on the charts. So now Ben Shapiro is rapping on a video and talking about all his Ben Shapiro-y stuff. I'm surprised he didn't mention a dry ass hoo-ha because of Ben Shapiro's confusion as to why when he started reading the lyrics of WAP by Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B, it just showed you that he had no soul, rhythm, or any sort of downness with hip-hop or anything like that, but he starts mocking it. And one of my favorite videos that I created for that was, again, I think I might have brought this up last week before I even knew that Ben Shapiro was going to be dropping a deuce in the toilet. Some people might say he dropped bars. I say he dropped a deuce, which is, was when Ben Shapiro hears macaroni in a pot, he thinks of that I threw dry macaroni in a pot and started scraping it around with a spoon because he was confused as to why Cardi B would have such a wet ass hoo-ha. So Shapiro's testicles haven't dropped yet. Well, that's why he talks like this. He's part of the Lollipop Guild. We represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild. Anyway, so and again, so I listen to I don't know if I want to play the darn thing on the channel because I don't want to get another copyright violation. But if you want to punish yourself a little bit, you could look up the song and you can see just how poor it is. I mean, he starts one of the things that he other than saying, "Hey, please download my song so I can top the charts," and he brings out one of the things about how you live in your parents' basement, and that's one of the biggest things that conservatives loved. You look like you live in your parents' basement, which is probably projection for about a good 3/4 of them. You know, they're banging away from their keyboards from their parents' basements, trying to argue that the other people live in their parents' basements. Usually, especially when they're on TikTok, usually a bunch of people whose username is like user and then a bunch of numbers and not like a real username. But they love that thing. I guess that's where they get it from. It's from Ben Shapiro. Maybe Ben Shapiro got it from them. Who knows? Maybe he's not even that creative, so to speak. But I mean, I could probably sit here. I mean, I've written some good parodies in my life. I could probably sit here and I could probably write and produce and rap something better than Ben Shapiro could rap in like 5 minutes. Like, oh, Ben Shapiro, you're no hero, you're a zero. Like, that's probably that right there is probably better than anything that Ben Shapiro just rapped in his song, and that was just off the cuff in 2 seconds. Like, I mean, I've done rap at karaoke. I'll do Ice Ice Baby and other things or whatever at karaoke, and I've had friends be like, "Oh, I didn't know Dan could actually do that." Like I've done karaoke. I've done Daveed Diggs's part for some of the Hamilton stuff, like where he's like, I in the cabinet, I am complicit in watching the grabbing of power and kissing and watching it isn't gonna listen to discipline distance, this is the difference, this goes out, like that sort of thing, like kind of really fast spitting bars, that sort of thing. You know, Ben Shapiro is just sitting there like, I'm making money, I have more money than Nicki Minaj, and I'm in the trash, and this is whatever he says. I don't even know what are the I should look up the lyrics at least. Ben Shapiro rap lyrics. I should just look that up because I don't have to see, pre-chorus, chorus, Tom McDonald, verse 2, here let me read Ben Shapiro's rap like Ben Shapiro would read rap lyrics, shall we? Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic, don't be a wap. Dog, it's like yarmulke, homie, no cap. Look at the graphs, look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You're going to prison, I'm on television. Dogs, no one knows who you are. Keep hating on me on the internet. My comments section all woke Karens. And I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki takes her notes, I did this for fun. All my people download this. Let's get a Billboard #1. Like, ridiculous. Like, first of all, he's fat shaming. Like, my money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Like, that's gross. Homie, I'm epic, don't be a wop. Ha ha. Dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. Yeah. I'm sure you didn't know what actually no cap means. I don't understand why no cap means I'm not telling a lie, but like I don't know why that means that, but still I'm sure he doesn't understand what he was actually saying. You're going to prison, I'm on television, dogs, no one knows who you are. Like, you're blowing money on strippers and cars, you're going to prison, I'm on television, dogs, no one knows who you are. Keep hating me on the internet, my comment section are all well Karens, and I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Like, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. Then what's it like? Was it pre-chorus Tom McDonald? This ain't rap. This ain't money, cars, and clothes. We ain't selling drugs. We ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns and promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and scream if you riot in the streets. You defunded police. Now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I asked myself, what would Ben do? He wouldn't pleasure his woman and he would lust after his sister. That's what Ben would do. Let's just keep it real. Facts don't care about how you feel. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man. I'm the man who don't respect you. Ooh, you're funny. So yeah. That's the lyrics to Tom McDonald's Facts featuring Ben Shapiro, and I guarantee you, like, I mean, he's Ben Shapiro's like all in a hoodie, trying to look all hard with this tatted up, braided hair dude, like, it's ridiculous. Vincent, WAP is racist against someone here, I'm sure. No, it's not W-O-P, it's W-A-P, wet ass pussy, like from the song from Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. That's what he meant by WAP, W-A-P. Elizabeth, they went on a Coke binge and put that together. Probably. You're probably not wrong. I can't believe the supposed J6 choir is really J6 prisoners. I mean, I'm not. You know, they're ridiculous. See, I've not heard it, but Tennessee Brando read the lyrics. All hate and heartlessness, exactly. If a chud is a magoo, that's TV2 Live. Hey, TV2, what's going on? Good to see you. Every chud accusation is a confession. Exactly. So Shapiro reminds me of a chipmunk on meth. That's very insulting to chipmunks, Chris. Vincent Owens, I guess I'm not very hip. Neither is Ben Shapiro. He must be. He's not very hip, but he might have been hopped up on something while trying to make that rap up because it's terrible. And again, I guarantee you, he didn't know about half of what he was saying. He was just trying to sound cool, with the slang of the slang of the youth, the vernacular of the youth, so to speak. But yeah, I guarantee you, I could sit there in 10 minutes and write a better rap song and perform it better than Ben Shapiro. That's for darn sure, too. The only thing Ben is good at is the Gish of Gallup memorialized answer for all conceivable questions. That's why he trolls liberals online, because that's how he does his Gish Gallup prep. Yeah, I mean, he has his basic answers, and there's like one or two things that I might agree with Ben Shapiro, and typically it has to do with the people who jumped the shark on Israel. But that's about it. And it's only the people that jumped the shark on Israel that I'll agree with Ben Shapiro, because everything else he probably goes too far when it comes to like the Palestinians and Gaza. But Dan, are you ready for I didn't know Vince well? He did some things. I wish him well, but I really didn't know him. I'm totally ready for that. I didn't know that Vince McMahon was such a horrible person, although he probably got the grab him by the hoo-ha by me. Hey, Teresa, what's going on? Good to see you. Vincent, I didn't know the slang. You might not have known the slang, but at least you didn't try and rank a rap song out of it. So, and at least you didn't like criticize rap as a genre and then try and make money off the genre. That's the thing. Like, he sits there, he berates rap, he criticizes rap, he talks badly about rap, he says all these horrible things about rap, and then he tries to use rap for his own self. That's typical colonialism, white people, white privilege, BS to a T. To a big T. That's Ben Shapiro for you. Vincent Owens, nations cutting back on helping the Palestinians. And I was going to talk about that a little bit today, maybe, but I wanna wait till maybe Wednesday to talk about that one, because I heard that a little bit like before the show started, but I want to do a little more research on that one. But the short version of that is supposedly some of the people that were part of the UN organization meant to help people in the Palestinians also participated in the attacks on Israel on 10/7. And as such, Israel reported that. But there's also been no evidence presented by Israel proving that yet. That's why I don't want to run with it yet. So we're gonna see what facts come forward about that before we run with that story, because I don't want to go running with that story and then have it be like, oh, Netanyahu's lying again, because I don't trust Netanyahu as far as I can throw him. And liberal Dan, with your bad back, you shouldn't throw anybody. But yeah, so I'm sure that there's possibly some validity there. There's possibly some truth there when it comes to, you know, did people who were working at that UN aid organization location also help the Hamas attack on 10/7? Maybe. But again, we want to wait and see if there's more facts that come forward first before we go into more full detail about it. Drop it and trip over it sounds like me. What? I'm missing something, I think. So, anywho, show reset, Liberal Dan Radio, talk from the left, that's right, Monday, Wednesday, 8 p.m. Central, here at liberaldanradio.com, which is the link to the YouTube channel. We're also live on Twitch, twitch.tv/liberaldanradio as well. I just made affiliate on Twitch, if you've not seen yet. So thanks to everybody who helped make that happen, for following, for watching along, for helping me get the views. Couldn't have done it without the mod squad. Couldn't have done it without everybody else who jumped along the way. Some of my friends on Facebook, some of my nerdy friends from some of the games that I play also jumped in and helped seal the deal on Saturday. I think it was Friday night or Saturday. I think it was Friday night. They're the ones who helped get me over that hump. But I had to use the highlight tag once, which I hate using, and I think that got some people to see it. But anyway, so I'm now monetized on both platforms, which is awesome, and I appreciate y'all from everybody for doing that. The ways to support the channel: if you've not liked the video, please make sure to like the stream on YouTube. If you're not subscribed on YouTube, it's free to do. Please subscribe to the channel. On YouTube, make sure to like videos, comment on videos, share videos, especially the two. I have lots of playlists. I have Fat Man Rants. I have the ones about the case for Joe Biden, the case against Donald Trump. Those are ones that I'm going to be adding to a lot over the course of this election. Make sure to share videos from those as they come out. Get tracked at. That'll help get traction. Other ways you can help the show. If you've not followed on Twitch, you can follow on Twitch. If you want to help the show more financially, if you can't afford to, that's fine. Just do all those other non-financial things like liking, sharing, commenting, etc. That helps drive the algorithms up. You can buy me a cider. Go to liberaldan.com, click the buy me a cider button, or just go to buymeacoffee.com/liberaldanradio. You can Venmo at liberaldan on Venmo, or just scan the QR code. You can become a liberal Danimal by joining on YouTube, and that will get you some early access on some of the videos. I've been dropping some of my videos and allowing the Danimals to see it early. I think I've promised it for the next level up, but at the moment I'm also giving it to the Danimals as well, just to be nice. You can gift other people subscriptions. You can do super chats as well. You can buy the super stickers on YouTube. You can also become a subscriber on Twitch, which is, I think, $5.99 is the lowest level. But if you have Amazon Prime, you can hook up your Amazon Prime to your Prime Gaming account. You could hook Twitch to your Prime Gaming account. It's very easy to do. Just be on the same browser with both and connect one to the other. If you need help, I can go over with that with anybody who needs help doing it. You just can't do it on your iOS device because iPhones are stupid. And in that way, at least. And you can actually subscribe on Twitch for me for free, and you can do that every month. You just have to resubscribe every month. So, or you can just subscribe normally as well, and you can also buy subscriptions for pay for subscriptions for other people as well. So that's all the different ways you can help support the show. And if you happen to get in early enough, I think there's 4 left, maybe. I don't think if you get a purchased subscription, it doesn't seem like purchased subscriptions get the first badge, but if you get, because that's what I'm looking at right now, because it looks like Aaron bought or paid for a subscription for Andrea. It doesn't look like Andrea has the first badge, but it looks like purchase subscriptions or Prime subscriptions do get the first badge. I think there are 5 first badges left on Amazon or on Twitch. So if you want to get one of those first badges from on Twitch, you can go ahead and get that as well. And I'll be working on some of the special emotes or whatever and getting that as well. So that's all of the different ways that you can support Liberal Dan Radio. Let's see. Jay Darkside, take our border back convoy to Texas is a MAGA live stream. Is what? I'm a troll him. Go ahead, you troll him. I'm all about trolling the MAGAs. One of the things, let's see if I can bring this up real quick. So, gaming. Let's bring this up as this loads. It's taking a while to load. Good night, Elizabeth. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you coming around. Can I not see that site? That's very weird. Amazon Prime, Amazon. How do I spell things right? Amazon Prime Gaming. There we go. Maybe I needed to put the HTTPS on it. Okay, so let me switch to this real quick and I'll show people real quick. Go to the alternate view. All right, so as you can see, let's take the Venmo down thing for a second. There we go. This is the gaming.amazon.com/home. So if you go to gaming.amazon.com in the same browser that you're on your Twitch account with, you log in. You'll see your name here. Around here, you'll see the option to manage Twitch accounts or hook Twitch accounts in. So you'll click on that. For me, I'm hooked in with my nerdydan.com account for Twitch, and you'll be able to link the account there, and you'll be able to make that connection to be able to connect Twitch and your Prime account. And then once you do that, when you're logged into if you go to twitch.tv/liberaldanradio, at that point, we're going to mute because I don't need this to be playing doubly. I can just mute the desktop audio as well. Let's see. I'd have to log in to do it. But you would hit the subscribe button. But in here, you would say get a free monthly sub with Prime Gaming. You would sign in with, as your Nerdy Dan, as your account or whatever, and you would then go ahead and get the free plan. Then you would click, instead of clicking subscribe here, you would click the sign. You would do the button where it says there's like a little switch that says use your Prime Gaming account, and then you would do that. Since I already did it with my nerdydan.com account, maybe when it's time for me to do it again next month, I'll do a tutorial with that as well. So, but I should have remembered to do that last time, but I think I wanted to make sure I got the I got the first for myself, because I wanted the first for myself. LOL. Let's see, Big Hook. I hate using Amazon, but there's no alternative because Bezos has killed competition. That is unfortunate. Nick Rich. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. Blazing Saddles, Treasure of the Sierra Madre, UHF. All sorts of different movies use that line. Of course, I think it's on UHF from Weird Al Yankovic. I think it's Badgers. We don't need no stinking badgers. So, Big Hook, I'm surprised you don't use VPN. I wouldn't be online with that protection. It's not that expensive. Protects your anonymity. Actually, I think I think I am going to have. I think I need to hook up. I did buy into one, so I think I do need to hook up into it. I need to hook that up. Like, I do have the option to do it, but I was just using Norton at the moment. I do have a McAfee thing set up, I think, where I have like 10 different licenses that I can use the VPN, so I probably will be at some point. But oh, we have somebody on hold. I think that's Khalil. So Khalil's been on hold for 15 minutes, so I think we've made Khalil wait too long. I need to turn the volume back on. So
hello.
What's going on, Khalil? I was looking at something else. I didn't see you. How are you today?
Pretty good. I didn't get to go to the thing, but I'm hoping that I can set something up where I can set up a protest, an event around my town, and I can invite the March for Our Lives group that's in Charlottesville, because I don't know where they are. And I would either do something like petitions or marches or something like that. And I'm hoping that I can get not Moms Demand Action, but March for Our Lives to come in Moms Demand Action.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm hoping to transfer over there after the protest.
Right.
Because March for Our Lives is a lot more active than Moms Demand Action.
Well, that's cool. I hope you have success with that. How else have you been? What's been going on? What else has been going on with you?
Nothing much. I'm saying I have been doing drawings.
What kind?
One of it is a drawing of firearms being rolled over by bulldozers and steamrollers.
Mm-hmm. That's
and
cool.
Yep.
Remember, if you ever set up like a Patreon or a GoFundMe or something, or if you ever want to put the things up and show it off, just that offer still stands. Where I'll be more than happy to help, get those things and show it off, or allow people, or if you wanted to make if you made like an Etsy store or something where you wanted to sell those things, I'd be more than happy to share a link once you get those made, and if you want to sell those off or whatever, I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that.
No, I mean you're a regular caller, and I like helping out my you give good content to the show, and I like helping out the people that support me. So I believe in paying it forward. So you're a good guy, and I wanna help you out as much as you can, so much as I can. So you're very welcome. So anything big? Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, how could I go about setting up an event in my town with March for Our Lives and Moms Demand Action as far as getting them together?
You'd probably have to just reach out to if they have local chapters, you'd probably have to reach out to them and be like, hey, I want to organize this. And you'd probably have, you'd probably have to reach out to the city and see what permitting you might have to do, depending on where it's going to be. There's all sorts of, I don't know the specific ins and outs of where you live and what would be required for that, but I would definitely reach out to the people, to anybody who organized them, and be like, look, this is the kind of thing I want to try and do. These are my ideas. Let's get together. I'm sure they would be more than happy to work with you on that if it's something that they want to get involved with, and I'm sure they will, because I think your idea is a great idea with your your guns to guardrails is a great idea, and I hope it takes off.
Yeah, because basically I have a hard time. They're really tough. This particular chapter of March for Our Lives is really tough to get involved, to contact.
Mm-hmm.
So I will go to the city, and I will go to Moms in Action, but March for Our Lives, they're harder to contact because they don't have a direct phone number or address.
See if they have like a Facebook page, and see if you can message them that way, because sometimes a lot of people will use the social media for contacting or whatever, and see if they have something on Facebook, or see if there's some other social media presence that you can contact them that way, and they might be able to, if that's not their main form of contact, they might list the main form of contact that way, or maybe they have a contact form, or maybe they have an email address that you might be able to reach out through there as well. So
yeah, I'll try to do that.
So
Yeah,
But
because I
yeah.
know like they have one for University of Virginia,
Mm-hmm.
and that one is in Charlottesville. But
Mm-hmm.
basically, uh, some things in this town are a little bit different. They do things a little bit different in this town.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've noticed also in Charlottesville, when they close things down, they don't put up a sign. Lots of times in the town, like you could have a business being shut down or closed for the day, and what they do is they leave it closed, but they don't put up a sign that says closed, which that's
Right.
a pain in the neck. So
So
I'm looking them up.
I have to interrupt for a second because somebody in my chat said typical liberals banning people. I'm going to say typical conservatives not being polite, not following directions, and not and being inappropriate towards people, and being rude towards people, and being ignoring the wishes of the host. That's all I'm going to say about that, to the individual who made the comment in the chat room on YouTube. So continue, please, Khalil.
Yeah. Basically, I'm hoping because it's a Virginia chapter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that I'm going to leave a message. But yeah, I'm hoping that I can get in contact with them and I can do a bunch of different things. So yeah, I'm hoping that also people would, if I do a petition, you have a lot of people that are really good about, you know, compromise or either being consistent. And that's where our problem with that's where the problem of the anti-gun control crowd lies with, is the people that don't want to be consistent, and it's just about them having the weights or
Right.
them having to have their favorite gun. Because I tell people right away that most of these people that oppose gun control are not doing it because they're afraid of it. If they were afraid of it, they would not want it in a discriminatory way. And they would not be advocating for demilitarizing police without demilitarizing the civilians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Well, look, if you do have a
Yeah.
petition, and if you create a petition, make sure to email it to me, liberaldaneradio@gmail.com, and I'll be more than happy to, share that out as well, both on my Twitter channels, on Facebook, and here in the chats as well. So just make sure to get that to me as well, because I think it'd be a good thing. So, anything else before we move on?
I was on my bus. I was on my trolley bus,
Mm-hmm.
and I was getting. There were two people in suits getting on at the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Got off. They were getting on the bus near the courthouse, federal courthouse, and it was a man and a woman in suits.
Mm-hmm.
And it was dust time, and they were just dressed up in suits, and they had briefcases. And I was told that lawyers, most of the time when someone's working that late, they're not federal lawyers, they're federal police.
Hmm. Oh, interesting. I don't know.
You know anything?
No idea.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, you have a good rest of your day, Khalil. And yeah, let me know if you get that petition. Let me know if you get anything with those artwork. Let me know. And again, if you find out anything about anything pertaining to getting that thing together, as always, let me know as well. And you have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Khalil. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone. Friend of the show, Khalil, calling in as usual. Appreciate you calling in. If you want to call in, 914-803-4131, 914-803-4131. Unless you're, somebody who can't listen to directions like, our friend GMOR, who we explained repeatedly why you couldn't, what we wanted you to make sure to not do, and you still insisted on doing it anyway, and you doubled down, and you tripled down, and you quadrupled down, and at the end of it, I was just like, nope, we're done. So that's why, and I anticipated the creation of a new account to be able to come on, and I'm anticipating it happening again and again and again, because that's what they do, because they can't just respect people's wishes. That's the thing. If you would just respect wishes and come on and act in a civil way, you could have been here and we could have had a good conversations and debate the issues. And as I said, if people wanted to attack you while you were simply debating the issues, then the mods would have handled those people. But because you insisted on coming on and doing something else, guess what? You got the yeet. Let's see. Yeah, I lost a few weeks ago. I did have issues with trying to load the streams on Google. I think I was able to run the videos on Opera. I think I was able to run the videos on Opera without a problem. I think maybe the ad blocker might have been the issue. I don't know, but I didn't think I had an ad blocker running, so I might have to look into that some more. I'm not sure. So, you know, it was a little silly, but you know, come on, button. Come on, button.
It is what it is.
Thank you, Donald. Where'd you get it? Seen it downloads? No, it was just I got it from Norton. So it was a see, Steve. I had to turn off ad block, but this speed up thing works fine. Oh, maybe you're talking to Steve, not to me. Nick Rich, it's 11:11. I used to always notice when it was 11:11. Jolie, yeet. There you go, Jolie, using the parlance of the kiddos. Yeet, as it were. Nick Rich, I'm willing to call in, but I'd be using too many expletives. I'm pissed off at too much shit that's going down right now. I mean, some expletives are fine. Just, you know, Blog Talk Radio doesn't like you using too many, simply because of the fact that they want you to, if you're going to have a lot, they want you to make the rating of your show a little higher. But then again, sometimes things that we play on the show doesn't go on Blog Talk Radio. Like potentially one of the next things that we're going to do, because I think we covered everything, all of the topics that I wanted to talk about. We talked about being an affiliate, talked about Putin in Alaska, talked about Bobert raising her hand and bring her top 5. We talked about Selfish, talked about Ben Shapiro's dry ass rap, talked about Ken. I talked about Trump's 83.3 million. We talked about Vince McMahon and his the allegations made against him and why he's a terrible person. So I haven't done one of these in a while. And it sounds like it's a reasonable thing to do at this point. I found one of these. What is it? The unraveling toxic masculinity, right? So I got. That's loud. That is loud for me. Fortunately, I turned it off for y'all, because I always want to make sure I turn it off. Okay, so we are going to start that video over. We're going to maximize it. We're going to see if we have a problem with YouTube now, and we're going to see if this happens. We're going to see if there's an issue with this video running or not. And we're going to do another reaction video for Unraveling Toxic Masculinity for probably the duration of the show, because this video is about a half. I haven't watched the video, so it's possible this video sucks and we might only stick with it for 5 minutes and then we move on. But it's possible that this video is epic and has epic horribleness, at least is epic in its horribleness, and as such you want to continue. And there's a reason why I think it might be epic in its horribleness, and you'll see why in a reason. What's up, Alton? Gillespie, good to see you. Hey Putin. Putin's good to see you. Again, before we go into that, just want to make sure that everybody who has joined on the video recently, just make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. And also remember that we are now an affiliate on Twitch, twitch.tv/liberaldanradio. If you want to get that first badge on Twitch, there's limited time to do it. So make sure to get that done if you want to get that done. You can do it with your Twitch, your Prime account. If with your free subscription with Prime, you get it that way. Or you can do it the old-fashioned way. Anywho, but yeah. So this is another one of those whatever videos. Let's go ahead and put me in the middle again, because I usually am less likely to block things. Why is my wife calling me? Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Our youngest son has strep throat, and even though he has his tonsils out, he has strep throat, which is, I did that too when I was a kid, and so did my wife. So it's something that apparently we get. So my youngest has strep throat, so she was just asking if we can give some pain medicine. I was like, yeah, we can. So anywho, so let's go ahead and pull the Venmo back up. Let's make it a little lower, I guess. So the reason I wanted to do this one is because it's one of these epic, it's probably going to be an epically horrible one. I guess I should start recording. The reason I wanted to do one of these, a reaction to this particular one, is because not only is it the Whatever podcast, but it's a Whatever podcast with frickin' Charlie Kirk. With fricking Charlie Kirk. I'm like, how could this not be something that I would want to respond to and react to? Because this is probably going to be chock full of horrificness that I can respond to. So, considering we've already talked about the toxic masculinity of Vince McMahon and Donald Trump, why not throw in Charlie Kirk and Whatever podcast talking about trying to talk about feminism and what is a woman. So this should be good, and by good I mean horrible. So let's go on and play this, and we'll I'm a little concerned because it doesn't seem like it's scrolling much beyond the first minute and 15 seconds, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes, and if it fails, then we'll try and open it in Opera, and we'll do it again that way. So, here we go.
I'm curious, who here considers themselves a feminist?
I do. I'm a feminist. Sorry, he wasn't talking to me.
Maybe just show of hands.
I did show my hands. I even, beat him to it, but, it looks like there's at least...
Are you a feminist?
I don't...
That's it? Just Aaron and Pigs?
Well, see, the thing. They've made feminism into such a dirty word that these women are afraid to even say that they're feminists because they're afraid of what they're going to be called, or how Mr. Kirk or whatchamacallit from the Whatever podcast is going to put label them. There's nothing wrong with being a feminist, but they create this straw man of what feminism is and then attack the straw man, so they're afraid to be attacked, even though they potentially have the numbers, although it's possible that from these people over here may very well be on the side of the Charlie Kirks of the world, and the people over on this side of the table are probably against the Charlie Kirks of the world. Just saying. Let's continue.
See, Molly?
Yeah, Molly.
A little bit?
Oh, there's
Okay.
one on the right. I was
All right.
wrong. I'll admit it. I was wrong.
So Charlie, we've got some feminists here. What do you think of feminism?
What does Charlie Kirk think of feminism? Oh boy, this ought to be a doozy.
I want them to define the term first, because there's no use in me.
Sure.
Feminism, the crazy idea that gender equality, that the genders should be treated equally under the law.
Giving thoughts on abstract concepts.
Sure.
So,
I'm all ears.
What's your sense? How do you
He's all ears, but his eyes are very sunken in.
define feminism?
feminism is just simply the advocacy of equality, both social, political, economic, on the basis of all genders everywhere. So,
Hey, sounds good to me. Of course he's going to attack it, but hey, it is what it is.
that's what feminism is to me.
Do you concur?
I concur.
Do you concur?
Concurred.
Okay. Okay.
So you want me to
Do
give
you,
a thought on
do you
that?
agree
or?
with their definition of feminism?
That would probably be the most agreed upon definition. So I do believe in equality under the law, obviously. I believe in equality for representation.
Here we go. So, yeah, this is going to be stupid. So let's try it under Opera, because I guess the ad blocker thing, you're right. The ad blocker thing is being dumb. I guess I have to look into that some more, because for some reason, YouTube's being stupid. All right, so let's dump that. Open up Opera. Yes, I know, Chris. All right, let's try it here. We have to wait for the ads to finish here. There we go. Let's skip the ads. And we are waiting for...
In equality
here we
under
go.
the law,
We're back.
obviously. I believe in equality for representation or enfranchisement to be able to vote, obviously. But you said economic equality. That's interesting. Do you think that...
That's interesting. I don't... What do you think about economic equality?
Female models and male models should be paid the same by law?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so we should make female actresses and models be paid less because they earn about 20 times more than men.
I think when
so
you get
women
to,
would get a pay cut. You're okay
I think
with
when
that?
it comes to creative fields like that, it's going to be very difficult to look at it on the basis of like sex or gender, how you would pay somebody, because that's going to have so many more factors than simply that. But if we're talking about equal economic opportunity.
Ooh, look at the fanciness that they're doing with that split screen. Wow. I'm just impressed that they're starting to do that split screen thing. That I hadn't seen that for a while. That's, ooh, look at how high tech whatever's being.
Is like, for example, should like a man and woman doing the exact same position at a corporate office be paid the same if they're doing the same amount of work? Then
well, it
yes.
Depends on what they studied, depends how long they've been there, it depends if they're equally as good at the job, it depends
but
how...
all else being equal, I'm saying if all of those things are equal, can we at least agree they should be paid the same?
That's already the law. So you're not allowed to discriminate based on gender.
That's the law, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's applied as the law, and people still discriminate and people still get around it. You know, that's why you had to have the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, because despite the fact that you had legislation that required people to be paid equally under the law like that, you had Lilly Ledbetter sue Goodyear Tire because it was determined that she was being paid a discriminatory wage, and the activist conservative Supreme Court in Lilly Ledbetter versus Goodyear Tire ruled that she sued too late because she was somehow supposed to be psychic to determine whether or not she was being paid a discriminatory wage, because they started the clock ticking on the first payment of a discriminatory wage and not when she found out that she was being paid a discriminatory wage, because Alito, who wrote the ruling, is a tool and a dumbass. But, you know, the fact that we have a law technically that says that doesn't mean that we're doing this in practice. And as such, we have to continue to fight to make sure that these ideas are enforced, so that it's disingenuous for Mr. Kirk to try and say, we already have laws that say, we have laws that say a lot of things. It doesn't necessarily mean that we follow them.
Your sex based on a law passed in the 1970s.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and that law passed in the 1970s wasn't followed by the Supreme Court.
However, what is now being tried to be passed through other movements is to try to swoop in and say, regardless of qualifications, how often you ask for a raise. So I'll ask a question. Why do you think, for example, the average male, it looks as if they earn more than an average woman in a city? Is it because of sexism or other factors?
I think sometimes implicit.
I mean, here's the thing. He's going to make the argument, and it's going to be like, well, because you've had here's the argument that he's going to make, and it's going to be like, because you've had discrimination for so long, you're going to have men who are going to be making more money in certain fields because you've had discrimination for so long, and now women are catching up. So you're still going to have what it looks like a discriminatory wages, but still, so that's going to offset. So you can't look at that. You have to look at other factors when you're comparing whether or not you really have discriminatory wages. It doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have discriminatory wages. So he's going to try and obfuscate the points by misleading the people into saying, this is the only thing we're going to be looking at. He's going to deny the other arguments in order for his arguments, and that's my prediction at least. We'll see if that pans out.
Bias can be one factor among many, but like all the things that you mentioned earlier, different qualifications, different business acumen, skills, work output, numbers of hours work could all be things that impact pay.
Right. So
and like studies that like focus on the gaps between men and women like do make note of these differences.
Okay, SkizTech, thank you for the gift of 100 subs. Charlie, do you have a response?
No, I hear that. I do want to actually get back to even more of a fundamental question, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this.
Sure.
What is a woman?
Oh, Lord, here we go. What is a woman?
A woman is somebody who presents as our social conception of womanhood.
So you
acts in such a way.
So Pixie, just can you answer that question without using the word woman or womanhood?
It's because basically it would be a functional definition. So as a society, we have an understanding of what woman is.
What
It's
is
a
that?
man.
Yeah, that's basically.
I am a man.
Well done.
I'm a man without conviction. Sorry. Karma, 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 chameleon. You come and go. Sorry.
Can you elaborate?
XY chromosomes.
Okay, but
Aha! I have a friend who has XY chromosomes but was labeled a female at birth because of the parts. So there are people who will say because you have parts, you're a woman. But other people say it's chromosomes. So what if you have the parts of a woman but the chromosomes of a man? What are you then? That's the exception. Well, trans people are the exception. There you go. So it's, again, another attempt to obfuscate the issue by trying to pare it down to second grade biology when science is much more complicated than that, because Charlie Kirk can handle things beyond second grade biology.
the problem with that is that I didn't check your chromosomes before coming in here and calling you a man, and you didn't check my chromosomes before coming in here.
Or genitals.
Or genitals, calling me a woman.
So let me just play this out. So first of all, you can't give me a definition without using the word woman.
That's a functional definition. Yeah, sure. Do you know what functional definitions
yeah,
are?
I'm very well aware, and
Damn.
you should have a functional definition for the most important question in civilization,
No.
right?
Well, the point of
The most important question in civilization. What is a woman? I think he's a little overstating that question. That's the most important question to trolls who want to derail conversations.
functional definitions are a definition that is by the function of something. So, like, for example,
No, there's an objective
1 =
definition.
1 is one is a function of 1. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do. So then, can you give me an objective, a functional, utilitarian, any sort of biological definition of what a woman is? Because
The
how
problem
can we debate feminism if we can't agree what a woman is?
I don't.
How can we debate feminism when we can't define what a woman is? The person didn't give you a definition of feminism that didn't include the definition of feminism that they gave didn't say woman. The definition of feminism that they gave said all genders. It didn't say women. It said all genders. So he's now being disingenuous because he's trying to erect a straw man of a definition of feminism that they did not give. So more disingenuousness from Charlie Kirk. Let's continue.
I would even I feel like Pixie's definition absolutely satisfies the definition of what constitutes womanhood, but I would define it only slightly differently, which is that it's a person who performs a set of social roles that are typically associated with feminine characteristics, but not necessarily, because there are even cis women who fall outside of this, and we still consider them women nonetheless. Like butch lesbians, for example, are women that exhibit very masculine characteristics, but nonetheless society understands them to be women. So
I find cis to be a very offensive word.
Oh no, cis is an offensive word. It's a scientific word, you dingbat. It's the opposite of trans. It's scientific.
By the way, I don't know how you feel about the cis.
I
cis men, cis women.
think
I think it's hate
deeply about
speech
that.
to
It's hate speech to be scientific.
be honest.
I didn't mean to trigger you, Brian. I would have given you a trigger warning before if I had
So
known.
do you think anyone can become a woman?
Yep, but not anyone will.
Okay, so then at what point do they become a
I
woman?
mean, I would argue that trans women were always women from the start. They might just realize that they were women because they might not have been able to realize how to deal with the emotions that they were feeling before they came to the realization that they were women. But trans women were born and they were always women, and then they realize, okay, these are the feelings that I'm dealing with when it comes to my gender identity, and as such, the way to resolve them is, I am a woman, and this is why my biology doesn't match up with the labels that were stuck on my birth certificate. But Mr. Kirk can't quite understand that. Chris in the chat, he's confusing it with cis. That is probably part of the problem. They hear cis, like CIS, and they confuse it with sissy, like the SISSY. They probably hear one and confuse it with the other, and they get upset about it. But they also don't like being labeled they don't like themselves being labeled as not trans, because they don't like themselves being described in such a way, because they don't like themselves having to be labeled as being not something else, where don't label me, but they label everybody else all the time. But whatever.
It will depend on where they are in their gender transition for the most part.
Does it require drugs to become a woman?
No.
Personally, I think it's a mindset. It's a spiritual energy. It's the vibe that you give off. Like
the vibe. Before we continue on, I want to just give everyone an opportunity to answer totally fine, to answer Charlie's question. I know you two had already answered. What is a woman? Starting with you, we'll go around.
Of course, they're going to derail the entire conversation about feminism to what is a woman, and the people who just answered gave a very, especially this one right here, gave a very accurate definition, satisfactory definition of what a woman should be. Of course, Mr. Kirk didn't agree with it, and of course he wasn't going to agree with it because it just went way over his head, but it is what it is.
On the table, go ahead.
Can you skip me?
We'll come back to her.
I am a woman.
That's the best answer.
I'm every woman. Sorry.
That's the one that Ketanji Brown Jackson should have given in front of the Senate.
So come back to you? Or?
Yeah, come back to me. Let me brainstorm
okay, go ahead.
Same. I'm a woman.
What is a woman?
I don't.
What about you? Can I have you tilt your mic down just a tad?
I like her definition. I'll take her answer.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Right there.
Yeah.
I'm a woman, but I also do think that a woman is someone who identifies as a woman, and that's that.
I mean,
Chris, like my daughter's teacher says, sounds like a you problem. Exactly.
theoretically, it's someone who's born with a womb, but this generation obviously has proven that men can turn into women. So I'm not discluding that. I still think that they should.
So if somebody with XX chromosomes happened to be born without a womb, would that mean that that person's not a woman?
To be perceived as what they're portraying themselves as. But technically, I still think trans girls, they are a version of a man, but they can still be classed as a woman, which is a bit tricky, but yeah.
That doesn't make any sense, but, you know, hey, whatever.
Yeah.
Molly?
I'll say the same answer. I think what constitutes as a woman is the energy that you...
I didn't recognize Molly. Molly was from another video. That's... okay. Molly was from another... Now that he said the name, Molly was from another video. We've reacted to a Molly video before. Molly was on the other side of the screen the other time. Molly is an adult film star, if I'm recalling Molly correctly. That Molly was the one where they were talking about how Molly was, you know, ruined, and they were being very racist as to why she was, quote, ruined. And they were very deplorable when it came to poor Molly, because, oh my God, they were horrible with that. So, okay, I now remember who Molly was, and they were just completely abhorrent with their descriptions as to what Molly has done in her porn acting career. Now that they said her name was Molly, I'm like, oh, that's who that is.
You give off and that you want to put out into the world.
She said put out.
So if being a woman or a female is a mindset, can your age also be a mindset? Can you choose to be, can you just say I feel 14, which is a classifiable mental condition, by the way,
So
there is a mental issue where, you know, gender dysphoria is a DSM condition. You don't have to have gender dysphoria to be trans, but there is gender dysphoria as a mental condition. But again, this is just a level of disingenuousness that age is something that happens over time. But scientifically speaking, if you and I were to relativistically speaking, if we were born in the same day, and then I went into space and traveled like at relativistic speeds really quickly and then came back, I would, by the calendar, I would be the same age as you by the calendar, but as my clock ticked slower than yours because I was traveling relativistically to you, my clock ticked at a slower speed than yours did, I will have aged slower than you. So even though we have the same birth date, and even though technically I would be the same age as you, chronologically speaking, I would be younger than you because my body did not age as quickly as you because I moved at relativistic speed. So again, Mr. Kirk doesn't understand science. He has a second grade understanding of science where age is something that is, fixed, whatever. No, somebody can't just say, I can't just sit here today and say I'm 12. But scientifically speaking, there is a hypothetical situation where somebody born on the same day as me could go into space and move. There's actually been scientific experiments done where people have gone into orbit and they've looked at their watches and they've moved faster than the people who are down here, and they compared the watches of the people who are in space versus the people there, and the watches then show different times because the clocks moved more slowly for them because they're moving faster in orbit, so they were moving more quickly than the people down here on Earth. So yes, time is a relativistic concept. It ticks differently for different people at different times. So again, Mr. Kirk doesn't understand science. Let's continue.
I will say, yes, I know people that act way younger than they act.
Yeah, Tamara Chan's Kaiser helmets are Trey chic. Yeah, and she'll just sit there and most of these things just do nothing. I've seen examples where she actually will say things, but she'll just sit there and do nothing. I'm surprised we don't have the blue-haired sex doll somewhere in the video. Maybe there was not enough room in this video for the blue-haired sex doll, which is I'm kind of disappointed about, but
actually are, and they love acting way younger than they actually are. And I know people that act way older than they are, and they and they pride themselves in that. And I think,
okay, fair enough. So if a 35-year-old man claims he's 14, should we have any problem if he wants to have sex with another 14-year-old?
No, I'm not saying that you should.
Probably should have a problem, I think.
No.
Well, no, because that 35-year-old has an issue of, if that 35-year-old has a mental where the person actually has the mindset of a 14-year-old, because that person hasn't developed past the mindset of a 14-year-old, that person still that person probably can't consent themselves to any sort of sexual activity. But no, that person should also not be able to legally have sex with anybody who's underage as well, because again, that would be illegal. Again, it's gross that these people want to make these comparisons. It's like they're almost wanting to justify sex with kids. They're going to argue, no, we're trying to do the opposite. But I'm sure there are people who are making this argument that are going to try and justify it the other way around, because they can't have genuine conversations about this. They're always trying to make the absurd argument to try and distract from the point. And that's the problem here. That's why this is toxic masculinity, because they can't argue a point. Honestly, they can't argue a point just without going into these absurd amounts, without just being genuine. They refuse to be genuine because they have to come up with these absurd points.
I'm not saying that they should be able to have sex, but they can
who's to say
state,
he's not 14?
I feel 14.
Right.
They're going to state that.
Grid One Motorsports donated to.
We're gonna skip
That's
that.
two different
It's
things.
Why?
different 'cause
It's
you
a
can't go
mindset,
back
isn't
in
it?
time.
Your age isn't a mindset. I
Well,
mean,
but then why is your sex or your gender a mindset and your
Because there are studies that show that people who are trans women have brain chemistries that more match cis women than they do cis men. There's more to biology. There's more to gender development than just your X and Y chromosomes. There's actually more than 6 known combinations of X and Y chromosomes. There's different levels of hormone levels that you can have. There's no set level of hormone levels that a guy can have and a girl can have, or somebody who's non-binary can have, or what have you. There's all sorts of different other things that can take place in human development that can affect you. Male and female are just a simple approximation based off of certain bodily functions. It doesn't necessarily, and even the Scientific American, which is a respected scientific journal, has several articles that tells you that the science of two sexes is antiquated and it is not what we know now as truth when it comes to sex and gender, when it comes to biology. And they just don't want to admit it because they're stuck at the 2nd grade level of sex and gender and biology. Nick Rich, sex education is an issue for maggots. Is anyone surprised? No, we're not.
age isn't?
I don't know which one is which. One of you could probably say, but sex and
do
gender
you agree?
is
At
different.
least acknowledge that sex and gender are two separate things.
That's what I was going to say.
There are 0 genders, 2 sexes, and infinite personalities.
What?
Okay.
Gender doesn't exist.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Sex.
There's actually, what about intersex people, Mr. Kirk?
Sex does. So the parts you're born with is who you are.
How does gender?
Oh, he just said parts. He now flipped. He just changed from chromosomes to parts. And as I said earlier, I know somebody who was born with XY chromosomes, but the parts that are typically attributed to a female person. So what is it? Is it chromosomes or is it parts? What is that person in? That person wasn't intersex. That person just happened to have developed in a certain way that made that person have XY chromosomes and female. That person now is considered legally a trans man because that person had to go through certain procedures to eliminate their breast tissue, to turn themselves to have pecs. I forget what the name of the GoFundMe that he had was. But they now have full-on beard, facial hair. You would look at him, you would never think that this person was ever considered to be a woman on their birth certificate. This person is a man. He is a dude. He's a handsome dude at that. You know, I know plenty of dudes that are, or plenty of people that are thirsty for him. You know, whatever. But he's still a dude. But also, there's less. I think there are less problems with conservatives when it comes to trans men than there are with trans women, because they're much more threatened by trans women. Because, oh no, here's the evil man who's trying to dress up as a woman to hurt other women and kids, and they don't necessarily have the same views when it comes to trans men because, you know, they're ridiculous. But anyway. Chris, you lost them with the word science. You're probably right.
Gender not exist.
It's a 1960s clinical term, largely made out of the Academy of John
Clinical?
Money and Alfred Kinsey and many postmodern
Oh no, Kinsey!
child psychiatrists, many of whom, by the way, were not really great people, but we don't have to go into that. But gender is a new term of the last 50 or 60 years. So.
Yeah, but it's still exists.
Oh no, a new term. Conservatives being not liking new terms. That's why they don't like cis, because it's a new term. That's why they're conservatives. They conserve the old way of things. They don't like change. They don't like new things. Shocking, I know. Let's continue.
But personalities exist. We can agree with that. Proclivities or interests or likes exist.
But that's why the whole gender thing, the whole even sex thing it's like a splatter graph, or whatever the word I'm looking for, is like, you know, you have little dots, like there's what's a man and there's what's a woman, and like there's the little points on the thing, and then everyone kind of falls in these little points on the graph based on how they developed. And then some people might be flat in the middle, and those people might be non-binary, and then you have people all over the place, and maybe you have people like all the way over here on or here, where I don't know wherever I put men on where I put the man dot. Maybe I put the man dot here, then some over here maybe have the ultra, high testosterone men, and maybe here you might have, women with high testosterone, but not quite non-binary, but they might be women with higher testosterone levels, maybe they're more athletic or whatever. Maybe here you have the higher estrogen level feminine people, maybe here you might have more effeminate men or whatever, but maybe up here you might have somebody who might be gender non-conforming or whatever. But it falls all over the place because what you're calling different personalities is a product of not just their brain chemistry, but their development as they developed in the womb, and how they developed as a person because of the combination of the 6 different ways you can have chromosomal combinations of X and Y chromosomes, plus other chromosomes that can pop up and change how you have gender development and other development, and the hormonal aspects that can affect brain development and other things like that. But again, they don't want to think about that. They want to simplify it to X, Y, and parts. And when you're only going to simplify it down to X, Y, and parts, you're looking at it at a 2nd grade level and not a common sense, rational, real science level.
So by that definition, then if you're a woman or a man, is your energy. It is your personality.
Well, yeah, the goal, or what used to be the case, is the vast majority, 99.9% of all people, their biology and their reality, or how they viewed their reality, I should say, were in alignment. And now that's not so.
I would argue that that's not the case. I would argue that there are many more people where their presented personality and their biology may have matched, but just because they're presenting a certain way, it doesn't mean that internally they felt a certain way, because we lived in a society, and in some cases still live in a society, where they are shamed if they would be shamed if they came out and said something different. Like, back in the 1870s, if you're in the circus and you're the bearded woman, you're seen as the freak. You're seen well, you don't want to be seen as the freak. You don't want to be seen as whatever. But in other cultures, like, it was embraced more thoroughly. Like in Native American cultures, you could be seen as two-spirit. And that wasn't seen as something that was negative. That wasn't seen as something that was horrible. It was just something that some people were. And in those cultures, it was accepted. So maybe people in Native American cultures could have been more open about how they really were, because they were two-spirit. Now, some people who are not Native American will claim to be two-spirit, and that's not okay, because two-spirit is functionally a Native American concept. So people who are not Native American who claim to be two-spirit are appropriating Native American culture, so don't do it. However, the concept still applies, otherwise. So if you're somebody who today would say, I'm non-binary, you might not say that 50 years ago. You might not have had the terminology to say it 50 years ago. You might not have understood how to approach it 50 years ago. You might just say, okay, well, I want to be more like this, but I can't be because society is going to judge me like this. Or you might say, well, I feel like I should be a man, but I can't be, because if I'm a woman if I was born a woman and people say that I'm a woman, but I really feel like I should be a man, if I come out and say that, I'm going to be shunned by my family, I'm going to be shunned by my peers, I'm going to be shunned by society, so therefore I'm just going to pretend to be somebody who I'm not. And at some point, I'll probably end up unaliving myself, because I can't deal with the reality of who I am, and because society is not willing to allow me to be and live my authentic self and live my authentic life. So the idea that Mr. Kirk is suggesting, that we used to be 99% that way, it's not because people were 99% that way, it's because society forced that on them. But again, he can't understand that, or he's choosing to not understand that.
So much the case. So people are, first of all, there's many elements to this. People are told that they can become something they can't, so they go on a very...
They absolutely can become something they can, because they already are. It's just that they can have surgeries. We've had somebody on my show, Evie Winters, several times at this point, 2 times at least, who was born and identified on her birth certificate as a man, but she's always been a woman, and she was able to come out and live her authentic life, and she is much happier now. she's openly talked about. If you go to eviewinners.com and you see, she openly talks about her life and how she's dealt with things that happen in her life. She fully anticipated moving from West Virginia to Maryland. She fully anticipated that she was moving to Maryland, that she did not expect to be alive much longer after she moved to Maryland. She was expecting to move to Maryland, and that was going to be the end of it. She did not expect to live much longer because she was not happy with her life. But she was eventually able to transition physically. Again, you don't have to transition to be somebody, to be a trans woman, but she was able to go through the procedures. She was able to go through and get the psychological help she needed. She was able to get the physical procedures that she needed to get done. She was able to get everything she needed to get done, and now she is living her true, authentic self, and she is much happier for it. And people like this would force them back into the closet and shame them for it. And it's a shame, and they should be shamed for shaming people for being like that, because we would have lost a treasure if what happened to her would have happened. Thank you for the follow, even though your name isn't that great. Interesting. Let's continue.
Very, very damaging, self-destructive pattern of medical interventions that even if you're pro-trans, you have to acknowledge that a hysterectomy at age 17 is not exactly an easy surgery.
And nobody is giving anybody who's 17 a hysterectomy like normally. Like people who might get a hysterectomy at age 17 or people who might have like cancer at age 17 and therefore need a hysterectomy. The people who are having actual physical transition surgeries in every single clinic that I've looked at, every single clinic that I've looked at, and I've done the research on this, require you to be over 18 and having gone through hormonal therapy for at least a year. So that means you have to be at least 19, because they won't put you on hormonal therapy for the most part until you're 18, unless there is a wild exception. Unless you've talked through with your doctors and your psychologists and your parents, and there's general agreement that you need the hormonal therapy prior to being 18. Usually, and I'm not just talking puberty blockers, I'm talking full-on hormonal therapy. And in most cases, they're not going to give you the hormonal therapy until you turn 18. So once you turn 18, you're going to start your hormonal therapy, and then once you're on hormonal therapy for at least a year, at that point, you'll be qualified to be able to get surgical transition being done. So I don't know where he's getting his information that 17-year-olds are getting full-on hysterectomies by choice. If there's any that happens, it's few and far between, and it's probably an exceptional condition based on either an extreme case or probably for some other reason that he's not being honest about.
I think anyone at 17 should be altering their body. But
no, I agree.
Yeah.
It's happening right now at
No, it's not happening at any sort of rate that you're going to suggest it is happening at.
Thousands of young kids across the country are getting what is called gender affirming care, but it's
gender affirming care is not just biological or actual physical changes. Gender affirming care could just be psychological help. Gender affirming care could mean allowing somebody to wear a binder if they are a trans man and want to not have their breasts be on display for everybody. Gender affirming care could be allowing somebody to wear clothes that they make them feel more affirmed to the gender that they are instead of the gender that was assigned to them on or assumed of them on their birth certificate. Gender affirming care does not mean you're getting surgery at 17. Like, this is what they do. They lie about what's going on in order to make you afraid of trans folk and the activists who are trying to care for trans folk, to try and pass draconian laws that make it more likely for trans folk to commit suicide because people are rejecting them for who they really are.
It's irreversible
care or
damage.
Surgeries?
Both. So
See, and she's at care or surgeries because she's making it a point to let him know that care doesn't mean surgeries. And he's claiming that surgeries, I guarantee you that the thousands of people getting care are not surgeries. If there are surgeries that are like, there's a clinic that, like, there's the Duke Clinic that got a lot of attention on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. And that gender clinic does do surgeries for kids that are like as infants, but they're not doing trans surgeries on infants. But if like an infant or a toddler or a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old has some sort of thing where their genitalia is damaged, you bring that person to that so they can fix their existing genitalia so it can be returned as close as possible to where it is. That doesn't mean they're doing trans surgery on 5-year-olds. It means they'll do other surgeries and treat other conditions on top of trans procedures. But again, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to deal with that because then they'd have to be honest about the situation that they're debating.
Puberty blockers and hormone
There's
blockers.
thousands of kids that are getting
puberty blockers is not surgery.
Hysterectomies across the United States.
No, thousands of kids are getting puberty blockers or hormone blockers.
Okay, so now he's had to crawfish, as we say down here in Louisiana. He's now backtracking to what he said. Thousands of people are getting surgery, so now it's backtracking to thousands of people are getting puberty blockers, which is a completely different thing. Puberty blockers can be a reasonable thing for people to take if it's determined by their doctors, by their parents, and by the child that that's the thing that needs to be done. And it should be the conservative viewpoint that it should be up to the parents and the doctors and the child themselves to all have that discussion. And the conservative viewpoint should be that government should not be involved in that decision. But somehow magically, conservatives are hypocritical on that, but hypocrisy is a conservative prerequisite.
So hormone blockers or puberty blockers, probably even more, tens of thousands.
You could stop using those, though.
And as far as breast reduction surgery or hysterectomies, we don't know the number, but I'll even say it's probably...
We don't know the number because he's trying to assert something. He doesn't know the number. There may be some breast reduction surgery. I know a friend of mine. I know somebody. We met in college. We're still friends. She had breast reduction surgery at, I think, 16 or 17. Why? Was it because she was a trans man? No. It was because her breasts were too large for her body and it was giving her back problems. So they made the decision for her to have a breast reduction surgery. So she wouldn't have back problems. And she was much better for it. It happens.
Probably only a couple dozen. It's probably, you're right, it's probably not thousands.
Right.
Oh, so he admitted that she was right. So again, he's being
90
overly...
seconds.
And yeah, we have 90 seconds on Blog Talk Radio. So if you're still listening on Blog Talk Radio, head on over to liberaldaneradio.com or to twitch.tv/liberaldaneradio and watch there because we're not ending at the end of the podcast time. The scheduled podcast time will be ending when this is done probably. And after I deal with some of the comments in the chat. So let's continue.
But we don't know the exact numbers, but an estimate is anywhere between 10 to 15,000 minors, and it's growing, are currently receiving monthly doses of hormone replacement therapy, estrogenic therapy.
Yeah, but you can stop those and be like...
Well, that's the question, right?
Are they getting hormone replacement therapy or are they getting puberty blockers? Because you've already confused the issue of whether or not thousands of people are getting affirming care, which is surgery, which you've said you started off with saying that gender affirming care was surgery. Now you're saying gender affirming care, surgery or gender affirming care. Now you're saying gender affirming care could be puberty blockers or hormones. Now you're confusing whether or not is it puberty blockers or is it hormone therapy? Which is it? The tactic of conservatives on this issue is to muddy the water so you can't have an honest debate. This is why people like Charlie Kirk are dangerous. This is why I do reaction videos to this sort of thing, because they want to muddy the water. If you want to have an honest discussion about this, I'm all for having an honest discussion about this. But this is not an honest discussion by Mr. Kirk, because Mr. Kirk wants to muddy the water so you can't have a real debate about this.
There's a lot of detransitioners that are speaking out that are not able to puberty is not an assembly line that you could just push a button and restart. That is a increasingly disproven scientific theory right now. Chloe Cole is one of the most famous detransitioners who, she's in her 20s and she was sold a bill of goods, and when she was 16 she said, I think I'm a man, and she went on a very, very aggressive regimen of hormone blockers and puberty blockers, and she has huge regret, and hopefully one day she'll be able to have children again. But it gets back to a question of so I'm just making a...
And this is why when you have such situations, you do need to have, agreement with everybody involved, including the person, including the parents, including the doctors, including psychologists, and everybody has to come to an agreement that this is the best decision for the person, for the patient at this time. Is it possible that somebody at some point later down the line might say, I regret it? Maybe. Is it possible that this person was manipulated by some extremist conservative whack job into thinking and shamed this person into thinking that what they did as a kid was wrong, and that's why they regret it? Maybe. It's highly likely, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's actually happened, but it's highly likely that a lot of these people who are so-called detransitioners are people who have gotten latched onto by these rabid right-wing evangelical conservative types who are using them to convince them and guilted them into thinking that they did something wrong, and are now using them in their attempts to shame other people. I wonder how many of these people who are detransitioners became upset about the fact that they were transitioned organically by themselves with nobody else having any say or any influence on that decision. My guess would be that it would probably be a small number. But again, I could be wrong. This is just my opinion.
Point, though, that these ideas have consequences. It's more than just a silly question. Oh, what is a woman? That if you can't answer it, or at the very least say that you should allow minors to become adults before they...
And remember, this all started off with what is feminism. This all started off as a discussion as what is feminism, and whether or not Mr. Kirk agrees with feminism or not, and it became all about trans things, because the trans conversation, because he couldn't have a conversation about feminism, so we needed to pivot the conversation into an anti-trans conversation. And again, and he started the conversation about, quote, what is the woman, disingenuously, because their definition of what is feminism did not include the word woman. Their definition of feminism, again, said all genders being equal. So his question, again, of what is the woman is a disingenuous question meant to distract, because they did not give the definition of feminism that he wanted to enable him to attack their definition. So he had to erect a straw man argument of feminism to attack that, and then pivot into other topics so that they could, not have a real legitimate discussion on the issue. Let's continue.
They make these decisions, then, and this is not a small thing, the quote-unquote gender-affirming care. We know that in California you have to be 18 years old to get a tattoo, and yet 14-year-olds can go to what we call a doctor and get
to what we call a doctor.
Highly aggressive hormone replacement therapy treatment, sometimes without even notifying their parent. And all of these are ramifications of the inability to answer very...
And I guarantee you that the only people who are doing that without notifying the parents are the people who probably have abusive parents, who they're afraid that, they maybe came out to their parents and the parents beat them or something. These are, again, the exceptions. They're going to latch onto these exceptions as to why it's terrible, but not understand that the people that are getting these done are also exceptions.
Simple biological question.
I would be interested in seeing your exact study or citation for when it comes to puberty blockers, because I know a lot of people, or not a lot of people, there's a lot of people who end up on puberty blockers not because they're necessarily trans, but because they're going through puberty too early, and there are clear negative side effects and consequences of, let's say, a 10-year-old girl getting her period.
That's a separate... you're right.
That's a separate issue. I don't want to talk about that issue because it harms my argument.
It's used on cis children. I think like what you're talking about is precocious puberty.
But it's not used on perfectly healthy, physically able-bodied children, right? So there's a great book that I guess we have to
let's pass through the
outspoken people against what is called gender-affirming care, and she's treating hundreds of kids that are now damaged by this.
Detransitioners exist, but what do you say to the thousands of trans people that actually report happiness and being healthy after they receive gender-affirming care?
Don't doubt that in the short term, testosterone therapy from someone who has a fair amount of testosterone, it can make you feel confident. It can make you feel better in your skin. That is not a lasting effect, though.
But it is for some people.
Well, the suicide rate. I can't say that word. The self-harm rate after 8 to 10 years actually goes up. It nearly doubles, and
I question that. But the self-harm or the self-unaliving or whatever rate of kids that don't get treated, for every person who is a child who is trans, for every person that accepts that person for who that person is, the unaliving rate, the self-unaliving rate, drops by 50%. So I'm sure he's not going to pay any attention to that study, because that study is just as important to look at. But he's not going to pay attention to that study whatsoever. Three Girls. Who is the woman in the background with the helmet? A regular on the show, and I haven't watched the whatever podcast enough to really know exactly who she is, other than she's there regularly and she regularly wears the helmet, and often she doesn't say anything. Sometimes she does, often she doesn't, at least from the clips that I've seen. So that's the best I can tell you right about now. So, anyway, let's continue.
We're still studying it. That's the other point, is that I'm not going to throw around a lot of studies here, and they very well might be right.
I'm not going to throw around a lot of studies now, because if I did, that would help disprove my point. That's what he's saying.
Have helped them individually, but let me give you an example. If a medication is on the market and it harms 1 in 250,000 people, for example, Robitussin. You guys ever take Robitussin? No, it's a cough thing. It's they found that one of their lots of Robitussin last week might have been contaminated, and they did a massive recall, right? And it was just a whisper of it. Okay, the point that is in medicine, the first rule used to be first do no harm.
Okay, finding out that something is contaminated is different than understanding that some medicine might have harm. Like you can have a medicine that actually might have adverse side effects and have it still be acceptable to be sold. But there's a difference. He's confusing medicines and treatments with adverse side effects and medicines that are tainted. There's a huge difference there, and he's confusing the two. He's purposely, I think, confusing the two, because he's muddying the water. I wonder if I'm sure the one in the middle on the right side might very well make that point. I'm going to assume, but we'll see.
And the
fact still is, right?
No, they've changed
the Hippocratic Oath.
They've changed it. Yeah, they have.
Who's they?
The American Medical Association and a lot of the medical institutions. It's similar, but it's not the same.
By like woke ideology.
Well, you'd be surprised actually. The medical industry's been taken over by a lot of radical
All
forces.
doctors are woke now.
Well, for example, I mean, when they were giving monoclonal antibodies in the city of New York, they were prioritizing people based on the color of their skin. Black individuals in New York got monoclonal antibodies above their white counterparts.
Was it based on the color of their skin, or like maybe their background related to like their socioeconomic status?
It was racial, but I don't want to get too deep into that.
Yeah. I don't want to get too deep, because if I actually looked at the numbers, it'd probably be that the person sitting across from me was correct, and that I'm just making up numbers out of my ass. But maybe we'll look into that at the end of this video. Remind me in the chat. Monoclonal antibodies in New York City.
But the point that I'm just trying to make is that in medicine in particular, you must have a cautious approach, even if there were pluses and positives, which might very well be true. If there's even a 1%, a 2% adverse event, you pull the drug immediately, because you...
No, again, if there's adverse events because of like tainted supplies, yes, you pull the drug. If there's adverse effects that are known, that are accepted, you still don't pull the supply. You just understand that there might be there might be adverse effects, and you deal with the risks as they come, and you understand that, okay, well, maybe you don't have, maybe certain people can't take the medicine or take the shot or can't take whatever because certain people can't take those shots or can't take that medicine for certain reasons. It doesn't mean you pull it, because known adverse reactions and then tainted medicine is two different things. But he doesn't get that.
First, do no harm. If there's something that is actively damaging a society, and it's now a certifiable fact that we see thousands of young kids are being told that they can transition, when in reality they have other underlying issues that we should address. Depression, trauma, anxiety, or they're on
the reason they might have depression, trauma, and anxiety is because they are not being treated as the person that they are. That's the thing. They might have those issues. Like a friend of mine was dealing with those issues because of an untreated, because she was not allowed to be the person who she wanted to be because of where she lived. Once she was able to live her true authentic self, many of those issues went away. We also have horrible, mental health in this country, which they don't want to do anything about either, because once you improve mental health care in this country, that's socialism. And if you start trying to push for better access to health care, and especially mental health care in this country, it's socialism. And then, these type of folks, these alpha red pill wannabe types, you don't want to, admit that you're weak and go to therapy, right? Because that's a horrible thing too, right?
the autism spectrum disorder, and they get mislabeled on whether a TikTok video or some sort of other thing makes them feel as if they might have, a transgender issue when they very well might have other issues that need to be addressed. 1 in 27 men young boys are autistic. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean
to totally fine. I just had a quick question for you two, since you guys had pretty strong positions on this. Can men get pregnant?
Yes. Men can get pregnant because trans men can get pregnant, and trans men are men, and we're just skipping this commercial right now. But yes, trans men can get pregnant, and trans men are men. So men absolutely can get pregnant, yes.
Oh, Grid okay. One Motorsports donated $200. If we want to talk numbers,
$200. That's crazy.
These individuals, they might end up being lesbian or gay, but not transgender, and that's a completely different thing that doesn't require hormones.
And that's another thing. They'd want to confuse sexual orientation with gender or their sex. They confuse it. You can be a trans woman and still be a lesbian. You could like women and still be a trans woman. You don't have to stop liking women. If you're a trans, you can feel like you're a woman and identify as a woman and still continue liking women. They don't understand that fact either. It's too complex for the, as Donald Trump said, the poorly educated that he loved after the Nevada 2016 primary. They can't understand or grasp that concept.
Or eventually antidepressants on top of it. I'm sorry, Pixie, you were going to say something. So.
Yeah, my question was, can men get pregnant?
Yes.
Two things. I would say if you're a biological male, if we're going to define male through biology or whatever.
Trans men can get pregnant.
Whatever, then no. I do want to push back on some things that I heard earlier.
Well, before you do that, go ahead. Aaron, do you have a answer to the...
I would say yes, because anybody who has a uterus has the capacity to give birth. So, for example, a trans guy who gets pregnant, yes, would be a man who is pregnant. But if you're talking about a man who is assigned a man at birth and does not have a uterus, then no, he doesn't have the ability to get pregnant. You look at me like I'm crazy or what? Do you disagree?
But a lot of women...
So do you want to know why young men are going away from the left? That's why young men are leaving the left.
No, there are plenty of young men who understand that this is the case. That now, I'm sure the people who listen or watch the whatever podcast and who are fans of Charlie Kirk are saying, I left the left because of all this stuff. But there are plenty of people who pay no attention to these fools. There are a lot of people who don't like Charlie Kirk, who are not going to be part of the Charlie Kirk polls or whatever polling data that he gets, who are going to be like, I agree with the idea that trans men are men, and as such, trans men, and as such, men can get pregnant because trans men are men. Simple as that.
Why?
Because what you just said is
because they're uncomfortable acknowledging reality.
What you
that
just,
some trans men can get pregnant.
What you just said is at war with reality, and
it's not at war with reality. It's a true statement because you are. You said gender is. He said earlier that gender is a construct. So therefore, if gender is a construct, then not real. Then what's the difference?
I mean, a lot of women can't get pregnant either.
Vocabulary.
So that doesn't
exactly.
Right.
This is a question, you know.
The ability to get pregnant does not make one a woman, because there are plenty of women that can't get pregnant.
Yeah, I'll let you come in just a sec, Pixie. Which one of you referenced chromosomes? Is that well? You said like
Kirk mentioned chromosomes at first before he mentioned parts.
Oh, you didn't check our chromosomes, right?
Yeah.
Well, people understood what a woman was before chromosomes were discovered. So the definition does not require this type of abstraction.
But Kirk brought up chromosomes too. Why didn't you bring it up to Charlie Kirk? You only brought up chromosomes when she brought it up. You didn't bring it up when Charlie Kirk brought up chromosomes. Hypocrite. This week's hypocrite of the week is Brian from the Whatever Podcast.
Understood what a woman was on the basis of the societal norms at the time, generally speaking, right?
Well, it's more precisely, it's about like the gonads. If you were at any point in your life going to produce large gametes, then you're a woman.
And what if you're an intersex person? What then? A lot of times intersex people had their choice made for them, which, not fair.
Society, at least most societies as well, outside of like Western as well, but even Western, we can make this argument.
Okay.
What they would look at is the way that a person is like necessarily performing. So what is their role? That's why you have like the idea of like non-binary, third gender, et cetera, because there have been people also who have not performed their role as like a male or female. So they're put into the third category, third sex, whatever.
Okay.
So I would argue that for the vast majority of human histories and societies, what they look at is what is your performance? And that maps on to what we do now, because we don't really look at biology, we look at people act. That's why, let me finish.
Go ahead.
That's why we also, the terms less manly, he's less of a man than him, or she's not that womanly, makes sense. If gender was truly a binary, those words would make no sense. It would be like cat and not cat. That doesn't, you can't have a in between really. And the same thing applies for gender. There is a spectrum there. That's why the words less womanly, more manly, less manly make sense to us.
And all of those things are fluid.
That is a very, very, very interesting point. That's almost a mic drop thing. If these people will use the term less manly and more manly, more womanly, less womanly, but yet insist that gender is a binary. Wow. That's just... Let's clip that on Twitch, because holy crap, that's just... mic drop. I don't agree with the idea of something being more manly or less manly, but for the people who would use those terms, they're going to say that things are less manly or more manly, yet they're going to insist that gender is a binary. That is a major, amazing point. She just owned them.
Throughout time, like what constituted like masculine tendencies or behaviors will be different now than it was several years ago, or even like things like colors. Like for example, pink used to be considered a masculine color. Pink is no longer really considered a masculine color; it's considered a feminine color. So there was never anything inherently masculine about the color blue or the color pink or anything like that. That could always change at any given point in time.
Do you think that male brains and female brains, or men and women brains, are different, wired differently?
There are differences.
Yes, and trans women have brains that are more similarly wired to cis women than they are to trans women have brains that are more similarly wired to cis women than they are to cis men. Because trans women are women. You just lost another point there, Mr. Kirk.
Between male and female brains, but I believe it's a matter of like statistical averages of like gray matter. There's not going to be like distinct anatomical features that differentiate a female brain from a male brain.
Really? You really think that?
Well, no, it's proven like scientifically.
Well,
like
no,
when we
it's
take
not.
Yes, it is. When we take a brain scan of a male and female, the average doctor can't look and be like, that is a male brain right there.
Not true.
Now,
no, hold on.
Wait,
if
let me
you do a
finish my sentence,
SPECT scan,
and they're actually the women there are actually wrong. As far as I'm aware, you actually can notice a difference. There are differences in brain scans because the trans women brain is closer to the cis woman brain than it is to the cis male brain.
Okay.
Jeff, what is cis? Cis is a scientific term that's the opposite of trans. That's all it means.
If you do a SPECT scan, you can see what parts of the brain light up. And in a woman, the basal ganglia and the amygdala is far more active, which is the inner thought.
And alligators are ornery because of an enlarged medulla oblongata.
Matrix. Women have a far busier inner thought life than men do. Would you guys agree with that?
I agree.
Right.
I was gonna say it's very.
So that's not true.
It's very well known that like men generally are more on the logical side of things, and women are more on the emotional side of things. And I think that has a big role, or the way that our brains are wired has a big role to play. I'm not saying that if you took babies who were completely unmolded, that their brains would look different, but I think as we age. Living in the gender that we are given, our brains become attuned to certain things, and that's why parts of our brain
like piggybacking off of that point, I don't doubt that the studies that you looked at did find differences in like brain mapping scans between men and women, but the key thing is that they looked at men and women, so that's already a brain that's been subjected to a lifetime, or not a lifetime, but like decades long socialization. So that socialization is going to impact it. If you looked at like a brain scan of like infants, for example, like a male infant and a female infant, it would be like how different would it really look? Do you think it would look significantly different?
No, it's not even close. Of course it's different. And I can prove it to you in two ways. But the first one, do you guys know the John Money gender experiment?
No.
So, okay, I'll just really quick. John Money, who is a total creep, he believed that this is before we mapped the human genome. Okay, this is before we even knew about chromosomes. He said that men and women are blank slates at birth, and he said that they're formed through the toys we give them, the colors we appropriate to them, and they're blank slates. There was these identical twins. One of the twins burns themselves terribly in the genitals, and he said raise that twin as a girl. And basically his entire life he was tortured, and awful story. Eventually rebelled against John Money, and this twin eventually was told that, hey, you were born a boy but raised as a girl, and even had a vagina put onto you.
Yes, that's a horrible person.
Officially, and he was like, instead of being mad, he was relieved because he said, I knew I was a boy all along. So there's no clinical evidence to support that.
So, which just goes to show you can't force somebody to be something that they're not, which also applies to trans people. You can't force them to be something that they're not. So if somebody says that they're a trans woman because they're a woman, but even though they were born a man, they're telling you that they're a woman, so you believe them. You're not making the points that you think that you're making there, Mr. Charlie Kirk, sir.
That secondly, though, it's a funnier one, okay? Do you hear me out? And I think this will resonate.
I'm sorry, it's a funny one.
With all of you. Harvard University locked a group of men in a room alone, 100 of them, and a group of women in a room alone, okay? And they said, what did you think about for 30 minutes? The men, no surprise, sex and sports. The young ladies, what did they think of for 30 minutes? They replayed conversations that they had in the last couple of days.
Real.
For the record, a man has never replayed conversations that they've had.
Do that?
That is totally not true. I have replayed conversations in my head many, 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 many times. Don't project your toxic masculinity on me, sir. I have done that many, many, many times. And I am not a trans woman. I'm a dude, and I have absolutely replayed conversations in my head many, many times. So, shut up.
I do that all the time.
Daily News. Is this what your show has come to? I often do reaction videos to the Whatever and the Fresh and Fit podcasts towards the end of the show as a unraveling toxic masculinity segment on my podcasts, and make it into videos to upload. Where have you been?
Brains are different, everybody.
Do you really not do that?
I feel like I overthink
No, of
everything.
course not.
You don't think about...
Of course not. I don't think about things. I just think about sex and sports because I'm an alpha male and that's what I do. No, you because you don't have self-reflection. That's the problem. You probably because you're a conservative and you lack empathy.
You've never had like a shower argument or like shower thoughts or anything like that?
No, and that's not society, my friend. That is biology.
Nope, you are so wrong. I'm to guarantee you that I will probably have many, many, many people who are guys who will agree with me that they've replayed conversations that they've had in their head, that they've absolutely have done that before. Just because you haven't done it, it doesn't mean that it is. You probably have done it. I would guarantee you that Charlie Kirk has done this and won't admit it because he thinks it's a feminine trait, and he thinks he'll be attacked if he admits that he ever did it. Benny Loco, if men were logical, they wouldn't let their penis dictate their life. One for Benny.
You are wired to have those rethought. We aren't. It's not.
You're wrong, because again, I have those thoughts.
A learned behavior. It's not about dolls. It's not about dresses. Our biology, our brains are.
It's probably about empathy and caring about what other people think about, generally speaking. Like, if you have empathy for other people, you probably are more likely to think about what other people think about you. And you're probably more likely to replay those things in your head and replay how might I have had that conversation differently.
Are made differently.
If you don't care about how your interactions with other people, yeah, you're not going to replay conversations in your head. If you care about your interactions with other people, yes, if you care about that, yes, you might replay the conversation in your head. You might think, how might I have said that thing differently? I had a conversation with somebody who's part of this podcast, and I replayed the conversation in my head, and I was like, yes, I could have done that much differently, and then I apologize for the person for not having the conversation as I should have, because you can self-reflect.
I don't think anyone's disputing that we have like different.
We don't replay any conversations
ever.
You're wrong.
Men don't.
Never done that.
The thing.
Am I trans? Because sometimes sometimes I will.
You gotta go on
very
hormone
rarely
blockers.
though. Very rarely. Sometimes occasionally.
Men are very forward
Thank
thinking.
you, Brian,
What is
from the
next?
Whatever
The
podcast,
job,
for
the interview
proving my
tomorrow.
point for
and
me.
I'm not saying women aren't.
Jesus.
Women are very reflective. That's why females are better at poetry.
Again, this goes to my whole splatter, whatever you want to call it, thing, where gender, you have the man spot and the woman spot, and where people fall is not exactly on those spots. It's all over the place. So if this is the man, if this is the man spot or whatever, and so the more testosterone, maybe Charlie Kirk is somewhere over here. Maybe he's pretending he's over here. I don't know, but maybe Brian is more closer to here, and maybe he's more likely to be and maybe I'm a little on this side of the dot. Maybe I'm more self-reflective, or whatever. I don't know, but that's the thing. Because there's no just two gender thing. It's an infinite amount of combinations of chromosomes, of the 6 possible plus chromosome combinations of the sex chromosomes. There's the other possible variations that you might have on your chromosomal structures. Plus there's the different hormone levels that might affect how you develop, etc. So that's all going to depend where you're going to show up on that graph, which is going to affect how you think about things and how you go about your daily life. So when somebody like Charlie Kirk says he never thinks about previous conversations before, that shows me that he has zero empathy, probably, as well. When Brian from the Whatever podcast says that he might do it sometimes, maybe Brian from the Whatever podcast has a little more empathy than Charlie Kirk, but maybe not as much as some other people. Let's continue.
Women are better at the more relational type aspects of being a nurse or an elementary school teacher. Again, that's not learned behavior. There is a
There are plenty of good nurses who are dudes. There are plenty of bad nurses that are women. I mean, like, does that mean that maybe that means that? But there's also the fact that we probably shoved women into nursing fields because there were women who were interested in medicine, but we told women, well, you can't be doctors, so nursing is where you go. But that's a whole nother conversation. If we actually left this at feminism, where this whole thing started at, maybe we could have been there. But no, now he had to pivot it to brain chemistry because he couldn't handle the conversation on feminism.
Logical element to it, and it starts with, we don't even understand the brain as much as we can. We understand like
you don't
1% of 1% of it. But I think that study and your reaction affirms it, because if I had a group of men around you, like, what do you think of when you're alone? Like, I just think of the NFC Championship game, the stock market, and all the women I've been with.
I still think about a thing that I miscopied and pasted into a chat from like 20 years ago that embarrassed the hell out of me. Like Like, there are things that I think about that all the time that have nothing to do with, I mean, yeah, sometimes I think about sports. Yeah, sometimes I think about gaming. Sometimes I think about all this other stuff. Sometimes I remember there were times in high school where I'd sit down and plot out, like, you know, how I would play this certain game and the lists that I would build out for this certain game that I would play. And because, you know, I'm a nerd. But like, there was also times I would reflect on, well, I remember having a thought. I would sat there one night thinking about, what will I say if this person asks me this question? Like, if there's a girl that I'm interested in, she might ask me this question. What am I going to say if she asks me this question? Like, I don't think Charlie Kirk has ever had that thought in his life. Turns out she asked me the question and I answered it perfectly. But that's a whole nother. But again, because I worry about things like that, and he doesn't, because I have empathy and I think about other people and care about other people, and he only cares about himself, in my opinion.
For the women I want to be with, it's a little different.
Do you think if they had conducted the study in a different country that the men and women would have given these same answers?
Yes, I think that these things are universal, and I mean, I can't say to that. That would be my speculation, that the men in Iran are thinking about soccer and Persian women, and the women are thinking about, you know, what's going on in their local neighborhood. These things transcend continent, they transcend culture, and we know that because one of the arguments that you were making is that, well, you know, at the fundamental root, these are learned and acted, you know, these are put on by Western society. But you go into African villages, like very poor third world African villages, they don't even have a term for transgender. The idea that a man can become
but you went into like Native American villages way back in the day, they had a term for two-spirit. They knew how to deal with individuals who were two-spirit because they understood it. They understood the concept. And I might argue that perhaps you might be able to go into villages like that if maybe they do have a term and he's just lying, or he's just uninformed, and maybe they do understand the concept, or maybe they do have a concept for such a thing for folks who don't fit on the binary spectrum or what have you, or maybe they don't. Maybe they have old standard, but just because you don't have a thing to deal with just because you don't have a way to deal with a particular concept, it doesn't mean the concept is invalid. And that's what conservatives just don't seem to be able to get. Again, we didn't have a way to deal with the concept of, you know, somebody who was non-binary in the 1850s. That doesn't mean that such people didn't exist in the 1850s. It just, we didn't have the understanding of how those people might exist, that we should be treating those people in a way that is, you know, in a more humane way. We were just like, men, women, done. And that's it. And we wouldn't hear of anything else. I mean, some people, Chris, hermaphrodites or intersex folks, so some people may have dealt with, you know, those types of people in that type of development, but still, people who might still show as being, you know, of part-wise of one particular gender or another, but who might feel as if they were a different one, you know, those people were shoved into closets. Those people were not, we didn't have ways to handle it other than shoving those people into closets or treating those people as freaks. And that's what Mr. Kirk would continue to do. He would continue to treat people as freaks instead of treating them with compassion and empathy. Because again, no empathy. Let's continue.
A woman or a woman can become man. This is a uniquely Western phenomenon that is born out of the...
Because as they'll often say, this is the thing, conservatives will often say that Western culture is superior in many different ways. Maybe that's one example where Western culture is superior, that we've understood these things. We've grasped these concepts of that there are differences. They don't want to they don't want to take the things they don't understand with Western culture. There are certain things that are good about Western culture. There are certain things that are bad with Western culture. But Western culture has understood the concepts of, hey, we get science. We have more sophisticated science now and understand that development is not just simple boy-girl. We're more complicated than that. But they don't want to accept that we're more complicated than that because they can't handle it.
academy, born out of college, that I will say, and I think we could agree, is largely they prey on people that have other underlying issues, and then it gets built on top of that. Autism spectrum disorder, depression, anxiety, some other sort of...
I think there might be intersections between people, but they also don't understand autism, because these are the same type of people that say vaccines cause autism, and they don't understand causation and correlation. Because, oh, we have more people with autism now. No, we have included more conditions as being part of the autism spectrum, and we have become better at detecting as to whether or not people are part or under the umbrella of the autism spectrum, and as such, we are now able to label more people as being part of the autism spectrum. That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not somebody is trans or not. So yes, you may have people who are trans who are also under the umbrella, who might have a diagnosis that puts them underneath the umbrella of the autism spectrum. That doesn't mean we're confusing or conflating the two. You're just trying to muddy the water again.
Bipolar, schizophrenia, trauma, things of that nature.
There's a couple of things to push back here, Brian.
If you can, quick.
I don't mean to monopolize.
Daily News. One of my conservative listeners, Charlie Kirk, is in over his head. He's clueless. He needs to stay in his lane. Thank you.
Sorry, Pixie.
No, it's okay. There's a couple of things.
I'm still impressed with the fact that the Whatever podcast has this dual camera thing going now, because I don't remember ever seeing that before. So kudos to them at least for doing this dual camera thing. It's an improvement on the way of them doing things. So kudos on that. And, shout out to the 80s cups too.
I want to push back on that because there are communities and cultures that we could search up right now in China, India, various Native American histories that have recognized the idea of third gender or outside.
Thank you for bringing up Native Americans, as I've already talked about, but yes, good. I'm glad that somebody in that room brought up Native Americans for Two-Spirit. I'm sure there are other cultures as well. Native Americans was the one that I am mostly familiar with. I'm sure there are other cultures as well that do understand concepts beyond the standard male-female binary, but yeah.
Gender that doesn't fit into this binary, so I wouldn't say it's just Western.
That is
and then
true.
On top
Wait,
of that,
let him answer.
No, but no, you please continue. You are right. I can address that at length. I don't think it's fruitful.
Okay,
Keep going.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I can explain that at length. I don't think it's fruitful. He doesn't think it's fruitful because it ruins his argument. It just blows apart his argument. Because she's already blown apart his argument before with the comment about more manly, less manly, more feminine, less feminine. She's already blown apart the argument there about the gender binary. You can't believe in a gender binary and then say things are more manly or less manly. She's blowing it again. She's blowing apart the argument again, I should say, with the bringing up of the other cultures who do understand that there are things beyond the traditional binary, gender binary, like Native Americans with Two-Spirit. He doesn't want to accept it or acknowledge it or bring it up. He doesn't think it'll be fruitful because if he accepts it and brings it up, it then blows his argument to shreds, and he doesn't want to have his argument blown to shreds because then he's made to look like a fool, which is part of the course.
You're not wrong.
And then on top of that, you gave a case study. I kind of want to give a case study back. NPR did a article on this. I can't remember the name, but basically it was about a person who felt gender fluid. And when they felt like they were a man and they did things like spatial recognition or other tests regarding that, they would score like a man does, higher than most women. But when they got into the mindset of being a woman, they would score higher in woman-related tasks. So yeah, it does come back. You're saying this is all predisposed biology, but there might be something to be said about oh no, if you're thinking like a man, the mindset of a man, maybe that's more in tune with certain ways of thinking versus thinking like a woman. That doesn't mean it's all 100% biological basis. It means that hey, if you're raised to think in a certain pattern, you're going to perform in that pattern.
I agree. I mean, if a society can mold you, of course, but you're dealing with very powerful raw material that's underestimated in the current.
Okay, you're dealing with powerful that's very underestimated, i.e. the human brain. And he even himself said earlier that we don't understand the majority of the human brain. So maybe, just maybe, Charlie Kirk, if we don't understand the majority of the human brain, maybe we don't understand the fact that it's very well possible that there are people who do believe and understand themselves to be different than the gender in which they were labeled on their birth certificate, and maybe it's absolutely valid. You just don't understand why that's the case. And as such, you can't accept it because you can't put your finger around it because we as a society don't understand, as you've said, fully how the human brain works. But you're completely rejecting out of hand that people can exist. And I said, as I've said before on the podcast, people who are transgender are the minority. They are the exception. Most people are not trans. Most people match the gender that they were assigned at birth. Simple as that. Vast majority of people match the gender assigned at birth. It's that simple. Some people don't, and they are valid as well.
Current cultural conversation, and you can only guide that raw material so much. So let me ask another hypothetical. I'll just tell you, if I sit down with men, what do they always talk about? They talk about macro concepts, big things, stock market, sports, things that are very, like let's just say bigger than individual. Women, if you sit down, they'll talk a lot about conversations or relationships, their kids, very micro.
Like sometimes I talk about some of column A, and sometimes I talk about column B. I'm in the mood to help you, dude. You ain't never had a friend like me. What I want. Sorry. Sometimes I just break in the song.
This, one of the reasons why men and women brains are different, and they continue to be different, is there's different skill sets. And I think we can all acknowledge that. Like, men are better at some things than women, and women are better at some things than men.
And again, this is a vast overgeneralization. Maybe the reason, again, that men and women are so-called better at things is because we as a society have pushed men and women into those directions. But there are women who excel in STEM. There are men who excel in fields that are not STEM. Why is that? Because once we stop pushing people into those traditional roles, we start realizing that, oh, maybe we were wrong about all that. Just saying.
I don't know why that is a wildly
the way that you frame it.
Because it's not widely controversial. It's the fact that you're confusing as to why that happens. We've pushed women to we've pushed women into certain careers. We've pushed women away from certain careers. We've pushed men into certain careers. We've pushed men away from certain careers. Societally, if we didn't push people away from or towards certain careers, we'd probably see much different results. Or I would at least argue that if he was true, if it was absolutely correct that he was true, we wouldn't be able to know it because we're biasing the samples by doing that pushing. The only way we could absolutely know for a fact that this statement was true is if we didn't do any of that pushing. But we do. We do push women away from certain fields. We do push men towards certain fields. We do that. Because we do that, we can't know for certain that this statement is true or not because we're skewing the samples.
It's like, oh, women are awesome at like small talk and like sewing or whatever, and then men are just awesome at like the stock.
Marie, helmet lady is security. Absolutely. I mean, do you want to get poked by that thing on the top of her head? I mean, she bends over and rushes you. You gonna die.
Market and being CEO.
Let me ask you a question. But hold on. Why is it? Let me ask you a question. Why is it that the International Chess Foundation doesn't want biological men who believe they are women to compete with women? They say that will not allow trans men into the female category. Why is that?
I can't speak to that, but I'm just, if you're going to talk about like represent.
What was that question? I think I missed it.
Ask you a question. Why is it that the International Chess Foundation doesn't want biological men who believe they are women to compete with women? They say that will not allow trans men into the female category. Why is that?
I can't.
Maybe because they are holding on to antiquated views. I mean, there are women who perform very well at chess, probably because we've driven women away from these things. I mean, there was a whole movie about that, about a talented woman chess player that was on, I think, Netflix, wasn't it? Again, or maybe it was a series. I don't know. But again, we are taking as fact things that have been skewed by societal biases that have pushed men to certain areas and women away from certain areas. We've not pushed women into wanting to like play chess. So if women are not wanting to play chess, you're not gonna get as many possible good chess players out of the women because we've driven women away from wanting to play chess. If since the inception of chess, we would have welcomed everybody into playing chess, you probably would see just as many chess grandmasters that are women as men. Why? Because we wouldn't have skewed the samples. Then I'll die on that hill.
Speak to that, but I'm just, if you're going to talk about like representation being the thing that
and this is why I would posit that even if I got big enough to be on the radar of like the whatever podcast or on the Fresh and Fit podcast, they'd never have me on because I would just blow their arguments to shreds.
lets you know that, oh, men are obviously smarter. You can.
Thank you, Putin. Yes, The Queen's Gambit was the movie. Thank you for reminding me of the name. I even saw a clip from it the other day on some video. I think I was on YouTube. I happened to get some chess came across my feed for some reason. They decided to put chess. Now that I've said chess, I'm going to get more chess. So there you go. But yes, Queen's Gambit was the movie.
Could break this down to race.
I never said smarter. I never said smart. I said different.
Then different.
Women.
Okay, then we could say this.
My wife does things with my child that I can't even dream of doing. Such
this should be good.
As having an intuition, compassion, empathy. She can.
At least he's admitting that he doesn't have empathy. But like, just because you lack empathy, it doesn't mean that's something that men lack. We should be encouraging more men to have empathy. Like, I would like to think that I have empathy for my kids. Like, I'm fairly certain I do. Like, I'm fairly certain that me and my kid, that me and my wife have very similar levels of empathy for the kids. Like, it's absurd to suggest otherwise.
Operate on 30 minutes of sleep. I need 8 hours, or else I'm like a dead.
Don't underestimate yourself, Charlie.
Hold on a second. No. Hold on. No,
they're
women have a different giftedness, I believe, given by God.
Yeah, he has none of it. Absolutely, he has no empathy. That doesn't. But he's projecting his failures on others.
That is completely different. Men. I never said smarter. In fact, a woman's intuition is far better than my intuition. I trust my.
Well, his wife's intuition may very well be better than his intuition. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's intuition is bad, but
my wife's gut when it comes to people, when it comes to relationships, and she leans on.
I will absolutely challenge him that his wife's ability to pick relationships correctly. His wife is probably very bad at picking relationships, and I will use him as the prime example. Let's continue.
Me for investments or politics, we are given different gifting. Now, with that being said, some women have a gifting in that direction. Those are the exception, though. There is a general rule, and the general rule is that women are far more gifted at people and caretaking and the intimate. I don't mean that demeaning or derogatory. I never use the word smarter or dumber. You might be inferred. Oh, thank you, Molly.
Yeah. No, I actually very much agree with what you're saying. Me personally, I mean, sexuality is a big part of my life.
Well, I mean, you are a sex worker, which is, again, no judgment. They judge you. They judged you harshly on the show. I don't understand why. I don't know if this show is. I'm assuming that because of the two window thing, that this is after her last appearance on the show. I am shook that she would come back on the show after the way that they treated her on the previous show. Because they were absolutely shaming her for her career. They were absolutely shaming her for her career choices, for her choices of partner in her career. I mean, horrible. Maybe she thinks it's good for her. She's going to be good for her OnlyFans or whatever. And that's fine if that's her decision. But I'm shocked she came back on. But yes, sex and sexuality is a very important thing in her career, because for those who might have hopped in late, she is an OnlyFans person, and there was another episode that we've reacted to where they were horrific to her when it came to and racist to her with her choice of sexual partner when it came to the video that she did.
And I think what you're saying actually really ties into a lot of like sexuality, because it's the man's role to be, you know, kind of like I mean, if you're talking like the nuclear family, you know, it's like the man's role to kind of be the governing force of the family, take care of everything on the outside, take care of, you know.
I mean, that's traditional gender roles, but I mean, that's just because that's traditional doesn't mean that's a good thing.
The finances, the stocks, all of that, and to kind of be the rock for all.
But that's because we've, as a society, we've driven people to be that way. If we didn't do that as a society, and we would perhaps see it as more equal footing for everybody. Just saying.
All of the little things that the woman has to go through during the day. Just all the little conversations, all the.
And if we lived in a society where women would get equal pay for equal work, if we lived in a society where women had the same opportunities as men in all aspects of the field, and we didn't push women away from certain careers, we didn't push men away from certain careers, we didn't push women towards certain fields, we didn't push men towards certain fields, if we had everything being on equal playing ground, and if you had a situation where you had the woman in a heteronormative type relationship going and being the breadwinner and the man staying home with the child, you might have a situation where the man picks up those roles and adapts accordingly and is the intuitive and the caretaker, because the man at that point would have spent more time with the child and would understand what the child needs, because you have spent more time with the child understanding, you know, subtle hints and subtle cues. Oh, the child is doing this, X, Y, and Z, therefore I understand this is what the child needs and this is what the child is saying, etc., etc., etc. So no, it's because we've perpetuated these archaic gender roles. We've perpetuated these archaic things as to what men can do, what women can do, what men can't do, women can't do. We've perpetuated things as to why we've maintained this thing as a society even into 2024. So
the things that she has to deal with that you're not there, and I think that
again, as I said, if the roles were reversed, if the man was there and the woman was at work, the man would be able to know how to deal with the things when the woman wasn't there, because that's just how it is.
You know, it's a really beautiful thing, like yin and yang. You know, like there's
beautiful
parts of men that complement women, and there's parts of women that complement men. And the best thing is there's things that women can do that men cannot, and there's things that men can do that women cannot. And I think that the issue is we try and figure out like who's better, who's more powerful, who can.
I mean, I'll fully support her. You know, again, I fully support her career is what she's choosing to do. I'm disagreeing with her here, because she's not just because she's supporting what Mr. Kirk is saying, but because she's. I mean, if she wants to choose, like there are people like within, as I'm aware, like you know who choose to be trad wife. Like they choose the trad wife role, even who are progressive types, who they but it's their choice. If it's your choice to be like a stay-at-home mom and have the person go work, have the husband go work, that's fine. If you want to choose that, but it should be a choice. It should not be something that society forces onto people. But if it's the choice of a couple for that to have, like, if the woman is a successful businesswoman and the man's going to stay home and take care of the kids, that should also be a choice. And it should not be something that's shamed as society. Should not be something that other people judge the man for doing either. Because if that's the correct choice for the family, what the family is doing, by all means, that's what should be done. So,
you know, who gets to say,
Chris, that's a nice fairy tale. I mean, I don't think it's a fairy tale. I just think it's the ideal, and I think we should always strive for the ideal, and that's what I try and do. And and in order to get that ideal, we have to break down the toxic ideals of society that perpetuate and stop those things from happening, which is why I do these unraveling toxic masculinity videos, because at the end of the day, it's toxic masculinity that perpetuates things like the patriarchy, that perpetuates things like the man's role to do this and the women's roles to do that, or what have you, or that women can only do certain things and men can do certain things, and even women can internalize that toxic masculinity and perpetuate it. It's internalized misogyny. And I think that she's doing that as well right now, that she's internalizing some of that misogyny and embracing it. And it's unfortunate that some people do that. But
what happens, and I think that the issue that's really dividing, and the beauty comes when you kind of bring those skills together.
I agree. That's wonderfully said, Molly.
That was beautiful, Molly.
That was so beautiful, Molly. Thank you, Molly. But that's the end of that video. That's where that video ended. It's kind of a weird place for that video to end. But anyway, again, this is another one of the examples, one of the videos of unraveling toxic masculinity, and it did go kind of long, like full on an hour and a half. And I am gonna just probably post that whole thing up to YouTube after the show, so it'll probably be live tomorrow. So what do you think? Agree, disagree with the video? Make sure to leave your comments below. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much and have a good day. And that is the end of that video, and I'm probably going to go ahead and end the show now too. But let's deal with some of the chat first before we go. Charlie Kirk is a jerk, absolutely. Let's see. Hey Dan, don't give these fuckers a platform. I agree with a lot of the folks here. The truth matters. The thing is just the fact that, you know, I do end up getting, you know, some good hits, some good traffic on those types of videos. So, you know, it is good. It is good for the channel, and I think sometimes it's good to fight those things, because, you know, with that video out there without contradiction, the video stays out there without contradiction, and then that's the end of it. So I think it's important to be out there and contradicting the videos, to be out there and responding to these videos. So that's my point with it. Chris, I used to come home from work to a kid with a dried, crappy diaper, leave dad in charge. I mean, I'm sorry that happened to you. I mean, that's bad that it happened to you. I was more than happy to be the one that changed the diaper. I changed the diaper when I was home frequently, and I would not let my kid's diaper sit and go there, because I would not want my kids to have anything like a rash happen or anything like that bad happen to them. I would often take care of them, give them baths, give them, you know, take care of their needs, take them to the doctors as needed, etc. I couldn't, like, if I needed to today, I would have been the one to take my youngest to the doctor, but I had a meeting that I had to deal with, so my wife took him to the doctor. But because we share responsibilities for the kids, and that's just the way we roll. And, you know, I'm very sorry that that you have had experiences that didn't go along with that, Chris, and it sucks. It honestly sucks that you had a situation where the individual did not do his fair share when it came to taking care of the kids, and that's another thing that I think we hope to do when we unravel toxic masculinity, because there are a lot of men who don't think it's their job to change a poopy diaper, to change a pee diaper, to risk getting peed on while changing a diaper. There's a lot of men who don't think that that's their job as a dude. But that needs to change. Literally. And I had no problem doing it. I had no problem, you know, when it came time, you know, me and my wife put the crib together. Me and my wife did things, you know, everything together. We, you know, when it came time for feeding, you know, if it was a bottle, you know, we fed, you know, sometimes she would feed the bottle, sometimes I would feed the kid the bottle, sometimes I would change the diaper, sometimes she would change the diaper. It just really depends on who could at the time. Sometimes I would wake up, sometimes she would wake up. It's about having a true partnership in a relationship, and too many people reject the idea of having a true partnership in a relationship, and because we have patriarchal standards in this society that say men don't do this, men don't do that. Well, fuck that. Men should take every part in raising a child as they should, because I'm not going to say it's rewarding to change a crappy diaper, but it's rewarding to take care of your kid. You know, if you don't want to take take care of your kid, then I don't understand why you're even trying to have a family to begin with. You know, taking care of your kid is not just about paying bills. Taking care of your kid is showing emotion, showing feeling, showing caring, showing everything like that. And, you know, and even when I was a kid, I always wanted to be that. I imagined myself when I was a young kid. Damn, I went so long that it actually ended the episode without me getting to play the show end. That's crazy. I imagined myself, like, you know, carrying my kid around on my shoulders. I imagine, you know, spending, you know, good quality time with my kids. I was upset one day when I had planned it so that when I was working at a previous job, they had alternate schedules in the summer, and like where we could work 10 hours a day every other week, Monday through Thursday, and have off that Friday. And I was planning, my kid was going to be going to school that next week, so I was planning on spending the whole day with him that Friday because my wife was working and it was just going to be me and him that whole day. And then I had something with work pop up and I had to work that entire weekend and I had to miss that day off with him. And I was upset that I didn't get to spend the day with my kid that I wanted to spend the day with my kid. And it upset me. And I was mad at work because it was, you know, I was being forced to work, you know, above and beyond, and I never even got the ability to even take off the next Monday, to be able to, you know, deal with it. I was told if I wanted to take off Monday, I would have had to take a sick day. That's one of the times when I was like, this job sucks. So, Nick Rich, if you can't explain your position to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it. So, although I would say that at some point that's true, but then again, I don't know if a 6-year-old would understand a relativistic time dilation, as I discussed during that video too. So some things a 6-year-old might not be able to understand. Some things are more complex than a 6-year-old. So, Benny Loco, if men can't change a diaper, then they should keep it in their pants. Amen, Benny Loco. Chris, now he wonders why our kids hate him. Exactly. And, you know, I'm fully believe, you know, my oldest kid, my youngest kid isn't very huggy, and it's a little weird, but my oldest kid, like, always loves to come and give me hugs and whatever, and he's a very lovey kid, and very lovey-dovey, and you know, it's you know, it's not just to his mom, it's to me too, because I always showed him, you know, care and affection, and just sat there and watched videos with him, and just, you know, just always wanted to spend time with him. And I don't know, I just don't understand the mindset of guys that don't want to be like that. It's foreign to me. It's absolutely foreign to me. I'm ending soon anyway. Hey, Deborah, how's it going? Tuned in late, enjoying your perspective, share your beliefs. Going to watch the replay tomorrow. Thank you for voicing. Oh, I appreciate you. I am going to go ahead and end the show soon. Unfortunately, I am not going to be able to play my outro, my normal outro. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, do the normal and then play the regular outro music. This is the end of today's episode of Liberal Dan Radio. Talk from the left, that's right. I will be doing nerdydan.com again on Tuesday as my normal Tuesday stream, twitch.tv/nerdydan.com as well. If you want to join tomorrow, you can do that. Otherwise, I will be back Wednesday, same time, 8 p.m. Central, for more Talk from the Left. That's right. So please remember to tune in. Remember to go like videos, comment on videos, share videos with your friends, etc. I appreciate, again, all the help and support that y'all have given me. If you want to grab that first badge over on Twitch, there's still time to do so. Twitch.tv/LiberalDanRadio. If you wanna grab that first button, you can subscribe for free with Amazon Prime. It doesn't cost you a dime, as Hal says. Other than that, thank you very much, and well, it's after midnight now, so have a good day. Bye.